Good morning, everyone. Let's quiet down, please. Oh, thank you, Supervisor. All right. Shoot, I always wanted to do that, but here we go. Good morning, everyone. I'm Vice Chair Capps. As many of you probably experienced, there's just a bit of traffic given Caltrans's closure of the 154. So Supervisor Lavanino will be joining us shortly. But it's my pleasure to call to order the June 25th, 2024 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Chair Lavanino and Vice Chair Capps.
And I'm here. At this time, please stand and join the board in pledging of allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Next item of business is the approval of the minutes from our last meeting, June 18th. I need a
Move
motion and a
approval.
Second. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman.
Second.
Second, Supervisor Nelson. All those in favor, please
Aye.
say aye. Aye. Okay, next we go to the CEO's report.
Good morning, board
Piazzetta.
members. Thank you. This morning, I'm pleased to share with you another video from our series, Your County, Your Heroes. It features unsung heroes throughout the county who embody the spirit of selflessness and dedication. The videos in this series are played on Channel 20 throughout the week and are highlighted in our monthly county newsletter, as well as on CSB TV's YouTube page and social media in both English and Spanish. So this morning, we are featuring Margie Hunt from the 24/7 Access Line. She's Access Line supervisor for behavioral wellness. She works behind the scenes to respond to crisis calls that come into the county's 24/7 Access Line, linking callers to services and aiding distressed callers. The video highlights the people who answer the call when a community member is in crisis. And again, thank you to Kelsey Batita for putting this together. Let's roll the video.
Welcome to Santa Barbara County, where extraordinary individuals shine bright. Join us as we celebrate the unsung heroes who embody the spirit of selflessness and dedication. From tireless volunteers to dedicated public servants, these remarkable individuals who inspire us all. Your county, your heroes.
I'm Margie Hunt. I'm the team supervisor for the Santa Barbara County Department of Behavioral Wellness Access Line. The 24/7 Access Line is a crisis and referral line. We take crisis calls, but we also do screenings to see what services people need, and then we make referrals to appropriate services, whether that be mental health or substance use. Maybe they are feeling suicidal, and the person on the other end can help get them connected to whatever services they need.
You are very important, okay?
We get about 40 to 80 calls per day. About 1,300 per month. We have a team of 8 access screeners, and we have 2 offices, one in Santa Barbara and one in Santa Maria. Half of our staff are bilingual and bicultural. We try to make it as comfortable as possible for people because we know that it can be really scary to pick up the phone and make a call for help. So we try to be very warm and engaging just to find out what services would best meet your needs.
Margie should be considered a hero because she is willing to help anybody. She goes way beyond in helping them. She is someone that within 20 minutes is able to connect and move them forward to a better life.
The reason I got into this line of work is my mom had bipolar disorder and she had 2 suicide attempts. So I've been personally touched by mental illness, and I really want people to know that there's really no shame in having mental illness, and she was able to turn it around. There is so much help available, and I want to be that person to make sure that people get the help that they need. So I treat every caller as if it was myself calling about my loved one with that same empathy. I really feel that the team morale is extremely important because there are calls that can really impact you. I really work hard to have a close-knit team that can really lean on each other.
I came back specifically for her. She's been one of the greatest supervisors I've had. You know, she knows how to work with the employees, and Margie supports us 100%. She just brings great teams together.
We had a recent call of a young man who wanted to go kill his ex-wife's new partner.
Hello?
That particular call was very worrying. Having Margie there to walk me through this whole process was very helpful.
Eventually, through their talking together, building some trust and rapport, he finally agreed that law enforcement could come, and it was the best possible outcome. Working on the access line is extremely rewarding. It makes you feel like you're making a difference. You know, sometimes we go home and we're exhausted, but we know that we've given it our all. We're not going to save the world, but one person at a time, we can really make a difference.
Margie, if you could stand and be recognized.
Thank you, Margie. Thank you so much to our CEO. And now, Madam Clerk, are there announcements or changes to our agenda schedule?
Vice Chair Capps and members of the board, I just have a quick announcement this morning. For the Board of Supervisors methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you. Next, move to the administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items from the administrative agenda? Madam Clerk, do we have any? I guess, okay, the ones that we have.
Vice Chair Capps, I'd like to pull item A35.
A35?
A41.
A41. Supervisor Williams, we're good?
No items.
Okay, and I've pulled A32, and I see that the public has pulled A66.
Yes, and Vice Chair Capps and members of the board, in addition, we received requests on administrative item number 6, as well as A41 that is already being pulled.
And the item that I pulled, A32, is just to highlight it, so if we could include it in the balance and vote, would that be fine?
I'll move the balance of the agenda, including A32.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So let's then, do we do the administrative items first? Yes. Oh, resolutions first. Thanks for helping me out here. Okay, the next items of business are the resolutions to be presented. Administrative item number 1.
Vice Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Annanelia Norton upon her retirement from the District Attorney's Office after over 25 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And if Annanelia Norton and Kelly Duncan can please join us at the podium, and anyone else you'd like to join with you. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas legal office professional senior Annanelia Norton will be retiring on June 28, 2024 after over 25 years with the County of Santa Barbara, the majority of which were spent with the District Attorney's Office. And whereas Annanelia began her county career in 1999 at the Environmental Health Department and transferred to the District Attorney's Office later that year, where she provided legal support to the office and earned a promotion to legal office professional senior in 2008, and has showcased her versatility and expertise in all of the critical positions she has held since then, including the truancy, juvenile, discovery, arraignment, and vulnerable victims assignments. And whereas in her most recent role with the Vulnerable Victims Unit, Ananelia has provided invaluable legal support, which allowed the office to prosecute some of the most serious and violent crimes, including multiple victim serial rape cases, cold case rapes and homicides, 3 strikes cases involving extremely violent offenders, and numerous gang homicide cases. And whereas Ananelia has given 100% of herself every day of her 25 years with the District Attorney's Office and has served the County of Santa Barbara with unwavering dedication, and her hard work and broad experience have contributed significantly to the District Attorney's success and left an indelible mark on the office as a whole. And whereas Ananelia will be deeply missed by her colleagues who have acknowledged that her shoes will be impossible to fill and have greatly appreciated her significant contributions to the District Attorney's mission to pursue truth and justice by employing the highest ethical standards and vigorously prosecuting the guilty, protecting the innocent, and preventing crime. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends Ananelia Norton for over 25 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County and wishes her and her family many years of good health and happiness. Passed and adopted today.
Vice Chair Capps, members of the board, I'm Kelly Duncan, Assistant District Attorney, and I'm honored to be here today to say a few words about our friend and colleague, Ananelia Norton. As you can see, she is very well loved and respected in our office. Ananelia Norton has devoted her career to the pursuit of justice with unwavering dedication and a commitment to excellence. Ananelia often started her day at the office at 6 a.m., a full 2 hours before she needed to be there, reflecting her pride and dedication to her work. Ananelia has become renowned for her expertise as a legal office professional, embodying the highest standards of hard work and diligence. Known affectionately as Cheeky by her colleagues, she brought warmth, humor, and camaraderie to our workplace. Ananelia's humility often shines through in her own words. She would say, "I don't need anything. I don't want anything. I'm just happy to do my job and to do a good job." Her supervisors and the attorneys she worked with have always had the most positive and glowing things to say about her. Some quotes seen throughout her evaluations over the years include, "Goes above and beyond consistently. I don't know what I'd do without her. She corrects my mistakes, and she's a seasoned pro." Her supervisor, Grace, had this to say about Ananelia. "Ananelia's knowledge and passion for her work are evident to all of us. Her commitment and dedication are truly inspiring. She's always here on time, ready to tackle the day's challenges with enthusiasm and a positive attitude. Her contributions will leave an indelible mark on this office. She set a standard of excellence that I hope staff continue to strive for." And DA John Savernock, who wishes he could be here today, said this: "Ananelia's skill and knowledge were only exceeded by her infectious personality. Whether it was wishing you a Merry Christmas in August or a well-timed eye roll, Ananelia could diffuse the tension of a stressful situation and let you know she would always get the job done." Thank you, Ananelia, for your service and for the profound impact that you've had on the District Attorney's Office. Your commitment to justice and excellence will continue to inspire all of us, and we wish you the best as you embark on this new chapter of your life. Congratulations.
What a gift our county has had to have Ms. Norton in the DA's office. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read administrative item number 2.
Vice Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of June 2024 as Gun Violence Awareness Month and honoring Moms Demand Action in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Kendall Pata. If you can please come to the podium, and anyone else you'd like to join with you. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas gun violence continues to be a pressing issue affecting communities across the nation, including Santa Barbara County, and whereas every day more than 120 people in the United States are killed with guns, and in Santa Barbara County alone, 29 lives were lost to gun violence in 2023. And whereas guns are now the #1 cause of death of kids in America, and whereas the devastating impacts of gun violence extend beyond mere statistics affecting families, friends, and entire communities, and whereas since 2012, in the wake of the Sandy Hook tragedy, Moms Demand Action has emerged as the leading voice in the fight to prevent senseless gun violence deaths through advocacy, education, and legislative action. And whereas Moms Demand Action in Santa Barbara County are trailblazers for bringing awareness and a voice to making our community, especially for children, safer. And whereas, recognizing the critical need for continued action and awareness, it is fitting to designate the month of June as Gun Violence Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County to honor the lives lost to gun violence, support survivors, and reaffirm our commitment to building safer communities. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors acknowledges June as Gun Violence Awareness Month and commends Mom Demand Action for their tireless work to prevent senseless gun violence deaths and make our community stronger and safer for all. Passed and adopted today.
I just wanted to say a quick thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Capps, for bringing this honor, and thank you, Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman, for always being there at our events and for all the collaborations we've done together. This is a true honor to have our work recognized, and it's our goal to end gun violence for all. So thank you so much.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. I just want to add, if someone were to study the art of organizing, they would study our local Moms Demand Action. In the last several years, they have just become a force for positive conversation, for inclusivity, bringing new people into this important issue, which, by the way, the Surgeon General just declared a public health crisis, calling it a kids issue first and foremost. So thank you. The word tireless was used in the resolution, and I just want to take the opportunity to thank you for how much you've worked hard as moms can do, and moms and others. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Capps and Vice Chair, for handling that.
All good.
Yeah, that freeway is no joke right now. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just wanted to say, for any of those folks that are feel hopeless about gun violence in America, there was a moment 2 years ago that really rekindled my optimism. Had a lot to do with the organizing of Moms Demand Action. I was in D.C. to see the floor debate of our Congressmember Salud Carbajal's legislation that replicated the gun violence restraining order legislation that we pioneered here in California. And you could see the mall just full of orange and red shirts, you know, largely youth and mothers there advocating on behalf of, you know, that schools should be a safe place to be. And it was truly, truly inspirational and rekindled a lot of my hope.
Excellent. All right. That takes us to administrative item number 3. Madam Clerk.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Jeff Frapwell upon his retirement from the county executive office after over 37 years of faithful and distinguished public service, 7 of those working for Santa Barbara County. And this resolution will be read by our very own county executive officer, Mona Miyasato. If Jeff can please join us at the podium.
So I asked to read this resolution, if the board wouldn't mind, because I wrote it, Jeff. And first of all, Jeff said, everyone said, Mona, Jeff's going to hate getting a resolution. And I said, that's fine, because I hate that he's leaving, so we're even. So Jeff, whereas Jeff Frapple began his tenure with the County of Santa Barbara in February 2017 as Budget Director and Assistant County Executive Officer after 30 years of just honing his skills in Kern County. Whereas Jeff was instrumental in our most transformational efforts, such as a standalone IT department, and we have Chris here in the audience, Renew 22, Innovate SBC, and Workday. And Jeff, fueled by his morning venti Starbucks and unflappable Frapwell focus, that line was written by Terry Nisich, by the way. Jeff improved budgeting practices and inducted us all into what Supervisor Nelson calls the School of Frapwell, making us more strategic, fiscally prudent, and able to meet the board's priorities. And during his tenure, Jeff oversaw, mentored, and guided many department directors, the budget and research team, the cannabis program, risk management, led the issuance of $98 million in certificates of participation, which generated a AAA bond rating for us, oversaw upgrades to the board hearing rooms, and he promised me before he left he would modernize the CEO's office because he said he was allergic to 1970s wood paneling. And whereas after his departure, Frapple-isms will live on in the county like, quote, I may have been born at night, but it wasn't last night, or technology is great when it works. And whereas CEO Miyasato has called Jeff one of the most effective public administrators with whom she's ever worked because he applies both art and science to his work, always grounded in ethics, good governance, and sometimes, for all of us who know Jeff, a bit of cunning. So now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors thanks Jeff Frapple for his innovation, commitment, and dedication to the county, and wishes him and Lauren many happy years of adventures and grandparenting, passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County this 25th day of June 2024 by unanimous vote of all members present. Jeff didn't want this resolution. When he left Kern, he didn't want a resolution. But because he has really appreciated his time here, he's always spoke highly of this board and this county. So we appreciate you, Jeff, being here. I'm going to miss you more than anyone. So thank you for your time with us.
Well, thank you, board members, for the resolution. I feel a little at loss without a PowerPoint presentation to present to you. I actually debated putting one together, but I thought better of it. But I really couldn't help myself today without having, at least including some numbers in my comments. So let me share with you 4 numbers and 2 amounts. The first number being 32, the second being 9, third being 42, and the last number being 27. Let me share what those mean. So the first one, 32, and I think Supervisor Nelson already knows the answer to this, is the number of Board of Supervisor members I've served and had the privilege to serve and participate with and join with in accomplishing some great things for county residents. So to me, hats off to you and the other board members who I've served, because really this is a team. To get great things done for the county, it takes a team. It takes leadership at the board level, it takes leadership in the CEO's office, and it takes a lot of people working and rowing in the same direction. So hats off, 32 board members, some of which I've worn out. Okay, I appreciate some I've probably exacerbated over the years, but 9 is the second number, and that's the number of county administrative or executive officers I've worn out. I mean, I've served with. They've been mentors and coaches and always friends, and I'm pleased as I reflect back on that. I didn't wear out Mona, although I probably exhausted her several times. But you know, Mona is one of those people who, among her many, many positive qualities and attributes, I often describe, and she may not like this, but I often describe as wickedly smart and incredibly astute. And I mean that in the highest respect. Those are extremely good skills to have as a leader. 42 being the number of annual budgets totaling in excess of $63 billion to provide key services to the residents in which we've served. Through those years, I've seen cycles of boom and bust, I've been realigned and shifted by the state more times than I care to remember. I was collateral damage in what seemed like the longest divorce case in state's history when the courts separated from the counties. But I've never wavered in my commitment to recommend well-reasoned, sustainable, and balanced budgets. The last number, 27, is really the number of debt financings that I've participated in, whether those are long-term or short-term. It's an area that I developed a skill in and learned a lot about. I didn't know that I wanted to do that when I joined public service, but it was one of those things that I've always enjoyed. It's very, very interesting, it's very complex, and fun to learn. Two amounts, hundreds being the number of special projects, assignments, committees, and working groups that I've been able to participate on. And the last amount, which I appreciate is not really an amount, is really an immeasurable amount of admiration, respect, and gratitude for the many colleagues and coworkers who make up this wonderful work-life family. At the end of the day, we spend almost more of our waking hours at work with our coworkers than we do at home sometimes. And so to make that successful, to make that meaningful, and to really enjoy that means you have a work-life family, and I've always had tremendous support and admiration for that. So as I reflect on my career, I am now and will be eternally grateful for the opportunities I've had to serve others, to grow personally and professionally, to partner with others, proving that the end value of a project or assignment is worth more than the sum of the parts that went into it. That collaboration, teamwork, as I mentioned before, when everybody's rowing in the same direction, provides great results. And I've always tried, as referenced in my resolutions, always tried to maintain a sense of humor and have fun while I'm working hard. So finally, and the hardest part of this, I'd like to acknowledge my wife. Stand. Lauren, in addition to being my best friend and the love of my life, has often played the roles of work therapist and trusted advisor through all my career. So thank you very much. I appreciate the resolution and the kind words.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. As Supervisor number 31, I wanted to just say a few words. When I got elected, Jeff said I'd be his last, but luckily we had Laura come to join us here on the board. So it's been my great pleasure to get the chance to serve with Jeff. When I first got to meet Jeff, I was staff, and I came from an office that was very adversarial to staff. And I came in aggressive at Jeff, I think on his first day, about some budget numbers. And Jeff put me in my place, and he said, hey, we're gonna work together, we're not gonna work against each other. And really set a tone for myself and my work here at the county. Jeff's been a mentor and advisor, and he's helped make me the supervisor I am today. So Jeff, I just really wanna thank you for everything you've done. While the rest of our neighboring municipalities are suffering significant budget troubles, that's not happening in Santa Barbara County. And it's because of a whole team and all the departments and the boards. But I think the singular person that has had the biggest influence on that has been Jeff. And so I really want to thank you for that, Jeff. I think you've set up this county for generations moving forward with what you've brought to us. Kern's loss has been Santa Barbara County's gain. So again, thank you for these 7 years. It's made an impact on me and this county.
Thank you. Anybody else? Well, Jeff, I'd just say whether it's natural disasters or ones that somehow we've created, which probably are equal. I mean, every time I look at like a major undertaking that the county was dealing with, the jail, COPs, technology, cannabis, anything, you always were the calming influence on it. And we're gonna miss you, no doubt about it. And just the relationship that you and Mona had, the ability to work so well together was a benefit to all the residents of Santa Barbara County. So thanks for being here. We really appreciated it. I'm glad you made Santa Barbara your final destination. I was going to say resting place, but that didn't sound right.
I hope not. I hope I have a few years.
All right. Well, good luck to you, and hope you enjoy your retirement and your grandkids and all the fun that you get to have together. Thank you. All right, so I think that takes us to the items that have been, the administrative items that have pulled in numerical order. Let's start with, from the public, was first with A6. Clerk.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 6 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding Synergy Programs, Inc., fiscal years 2024 through 2027, services agreement for institutions for mental diseases, adult residential care, renewal. And we have 2 requests to speak from the public on this item. We are going to begin on Zoom with Gail Osherenko, to be followed by Suzanne Warden here in Santa Barbara. Gail?
Unmute. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
This item is, I'm a little rattled. I don't actually disapprove of this contract with Synergy. They appear to be a really good outfit that's delivering mental health services to people in our county, although they're in another county. But we have concerns about the information for the public and public input on this and so many other issues related to mental health. There's a brief summary of performance outcomes in this item, which I hope you looked at. While Synergy met 4 of the 7 goals, they did not meet 3 of the other goals. And if you just look at the middle one, 36% of the 27 on average people who are in their facilities per month, 36% were discharged to a higher level of care. The goal was to get to 15% or less. And others were discharged, only 25% were discharged to a lower level, while that goal was 85%. We would like to dig beyond those and know more about, well, what level were they in at? Because they have different levels in Synergy. And what levels did they have to go up to? And were some of these subacute care? Because we are lacking subacute beds in the county. And we seem to have a lot of differences with Behavioral Wellness Department and the CEO's office about how we can kind of move people out of the jail and have some kind of a locked subacute facility that judges will feel comfortable sending people to, because the jails are not the right place for real treatment for people with severe mental illness who are in an acute stage. And so we're really concerned about how we can have a serious kind of gathering on that. And maybe what we need to do is another study session involving some supervisors who would help bring the public and our nonprofit groups together with Be Well, the CEO's office, public health, and the hospitals. And I guess that's why I wanted to speak to this issue. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Suzanne Warden, who is our final speaker on this item. Suzanne?
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I wanted to expand on what the last speaker said. I'm with Families Act. We were created about 17 years ago when our kids died of overdoses and suicides, and they were all had a mental health diagnosis and were young adults, 23 years old, 24 years old, with incredible potential. And us mothers and fathers came together at that point, and we didn't really have a lot of argument about what we wanted to change about our system. We wanted to have more treatment beds and fewer jail cells for this population that's struggling with a whole spectrum of mental health conditions. So the reason we wanted to speak about this item is that we happen to love, Families Act, love Synergy. It's a fantastic facility. But we can see from the report and the statistics that some of the people are falling through the cracks still. At Synergy, a portion of the people that we send there from our county need a higher level of care. And that is illustrative of what we're trying to argue for the county. We met with some of the county members of the county CEO and with the head of behavioral wellness yesterday. And what we're arguing is that we don't have enough treatment beds. We have treatment beds in various categories across the spectrum, but not enough. And especially in the treatment beds in a facility that's secure. And we've heard this relates to another item on the agenda. There's been some discussion of creating some kind of a facility on the Northern Branch Jail property that would be a treatment facility. We've heard, this is a rumor, because we stakeholders who have been arguing for years and years that we need more beds have not been included in this discussion and this planning session. And we don't know the details, but we know that we're interested in having more treatment beds for people that would normally be cycling through the jail, living in our riverbeds or on the streets and dying there. And so we're interested in being involved. We know that Prop 1 could potentially provide a huge amount of funding, potentially $43 million for programs administered by the State Department of Health Care. And maybe, but the application for that portion of Prop 1 funds is due in July. So we don't know if the group that's working on this potential plan for 30 beds at the Northern Branch Jail that would not, or on their property that would not be locked, they would be treatment beds. Are they going to get their application in July? Or are we going to miss this opportunity to get up to $43 million? So that's why we're here. We're going to be watching this process very carefully, and we hope to be included. A number of organizations now, as you know, are interested in this issue of the mentally ill cycling through the jail and dying on our streets. And we, stakeholders, all of us, would like to be included in the planning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Suzanne.
And that concludes
Supervisor
public
Nelson.
comment on
Thank you.
administrative item number 6.
Yes, thank you, Chair Levinino. And for the public, I apologize for the laryngitis. I'll try to keep my words somewhat short today. But I think the speakers bring up some issues here that it might be nice to have the Behavioral Wellness Director just comment about those performance measures. So if Ms. Navarro would mind just commenting. It did jump out at me, the fact that they were not meeting their numbers towards the discharge to higher levels of acuity, as well as their goals on lower levels of acuity. So I'd like to speak to that. But before you get there, I am going to feel comfortable with moving forward with this contract. I actually visited Synergy's facilities in Morgan Hills and found them to seem to be a good operator as far as their facilities are concerned and their patients. But I also wanted to note that today we're actually approving 16 contracts for public health and mental health, totaling over $45 million of services to those in need. And as part of that, and this is just one meeting. So, I understand the advocates out there and appreciate all the work you've done. You've brought our county along significantly, but we are working together, and we understand and we hear your voices. But I think it would be important to have Director Navarro at least respond to those performance measures that Synergy is currently missing, and why is that, and what can be done to resolve that, or are those even performance measures that are reasonable?
Yeah. So, in looking at the data and drilling down on the numbers, this seemingly large number represents a small number of persons who are discharging to a higher level of care. I think it was 2 in the last quarter. What is contributing to that ending up in a higher level of care is the acuity of clients. As our client population ages, clients who have been chronically on psychotropic medication all of their lives, there are complex medical issues that also arise and do not allow them to be stepped down to a lower level of care, but rather a higher level of care for their long-term care. Synergy also, as many might be aware, takes a very difficult population clientele. And so I think one of the issues there is that, again, the level that they provide is not a lock level. They are very successful in working with folks, but there are sometimes one or two a quarter, for whom that level of care is not enough, even though they have gone through the entire program. So I think it is a complex situation, and it's really about an aging population, and it's really about the level of acuity that this particular organization specializes in.
Thank you. I think that's a reasonable explanation of that. And with that, I would be happy to move this item forward. Motion to approve item A6.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by, we'll say Supervisor Williams. We'll give him that one. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. That takes us to item number 35.
Oh, I believe I had 30. I had 32.
You had 32.
Well, we
Oh, it was
voted
already
on it.
approved?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Let's go
because
with 32. Let's read 32 back into the record.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, administrative item number 32 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding a report out on the jail healthcare study session.
Supervisor Capps?
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight this. You'll see a strong theme today of healthcare in our jail and making sure that those who are severely mentally ill are treated well. And I just wanted to highlight, since so many people pay close attention to this issue, that this item is a readout. We're going to be discussing it more later at depth in our departmental items, but we did have an excellent workshop Supervisor Hartman and I put together, and Supervisor Williams was a good participant in it, along with about 150 people focused on a lot of these issues that we're talking about today. Mental health care in our jail, health care, data sharing, crisis intervention training for those who work in our jails. So I just wanted to flag it so that it doesn't get missed, because again, I strongly appreciate how closely our advocates and family members and others who just care so deeply about these big, huge issues are in our community and really help us be a better county. So just wanted to flag that. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. That takes us to Supervisor Nelson. Oh, okay, let's go to 835.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, administrative item number 35 is sponsored by the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding amendment number 1 to order form number 003-446-46.0 with Workday for subscription rights.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. So this Workday project is something, I think I just had to pull a Jeff Rappel item, even though he's already gone here. But Workday is something I've been monitoring for quite some time here, and I see that we're paying for the subscription rights, and I wanted to know the progress that we're currently looking at. I know originally we're supposed to go live on this last summer, and I know we're not there yet. Would you mind, CEO or somebody from the project team, to give the board an update?
Supervisor Nelson from the chair, I believe Chris Shergwin's here, who can just give a quick update about the Workday project and our subscription.
Well, good morning, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. The Workday project team is actively working on phase 1 of the Workday implementation. Phase 1 is the finance module of Workday. As you're aware, there have been several delays to this implementation, largely due to resource constraints and a handful of change orders. The Workday Steering Committee has been aiming for an October 1st go-live date, but based on the latest information from the Workday project manager, this timeline may be at risk. Phase 2, the HCM module, which includes payroll, was put on pause recently by the steering committee so that county resources could focus their efforts on completing phase 1. The county recently contracted with Guidehouse, a third-party ERP consulting firm, to assess our phase 1 readiness. Their report, published on May 29th, provided several recommendations, including support for achieving an October 1st date if a concerted effort was made to complete the remaining items. The Workday executive sponsor will be coming to the board in the next several months to request additional funding in order to resume phase 2 at that time. We estimate the additional funding for phase 2 may be around $5 million to complete that. So that is where we are at as of today.
Okay, thank you, Director Sherwin. We started off in August of 23 that we thought we were going to go live. I'm hearing now October, and that's potentially at risk. My concern is twofold. One, we're spending money for the subscription service, well over $1 million a year, as well as the lost productivity that we might have once we finally move to Workday. And so this has been a frustration of mine. I think some of my other board members have shared that frustration. We want to make sure that you have the resources that you need to accomplish this. So I was considering potentially putting, if we could direct staff, that maybe a committee of the board could work with the work team, so that we maybe could meet on a regular basis or maybe monthly to make sure we give you guys the resources, or at least we know what's the problem, so that maybe we can come back to the board and bring those things forward. This is a huge project. There's a reason why we haven't moved to this in a long time, and it's one of these undertakings that I think has been delayed so much that I think at this point it probably needs some board engagement. So if my colleagues would support it, I like to create a informal ad hoc committee to meet with the work team. This would be preferably not a Brown Act committee, but a committee where we could just get reports back and see if there's some resources that we might be able to provide. And I know Supervisor Hartman and I both worked with the ad hoc committee to bring the IT director into on board. I think we might be a good power couple here to help bring you guys along if my colleagues would support that. So I would like to make that as part of the motion today, is to direct staff to create that committee, and if I have the support of my colleagues.
Let's go to CEO Miyasato first, and then we'll.
So I just want to clarify, so Supervisor Nelson, if this is I guess is an informal ad hoc committee, and it would just be for some, I'm looking at Chris, this is for some portion of the project. It wouldn't be for the entire project, just for this phase one, just for phase one. Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
That's what I was thinking, and get us to the less than 6 months. I know that was what we need to combine the Brown Act as well, and just go live on the fiscal side. It seems like that once we get over that hurdle, things should be much smoother from there.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, so a couple options. If two supervisors are free to work with a department anytime, as long as they're Brown Act partners. So that would be an informal, and if you're doing that, I'd recommend it not be part of the motion. If you'd like to create a formal ad hoc, then I'd recommend that you agendize it and come back for action.
Well,
Why don't we partner on it?
we're happy to partner with it on it, but I guess what I wanted to get is maybe 5 nodding heads, so that there shows that some board support for us working together towards moving this forward. Obviously, we won't have any additional power than the other 2 supervisors have at any given time. We understand that, but I do think that it's important that that we engage with the project team so that we can move this project forward.
Supervisor, I think we've taken that direction, so I can work with Chris on how we organize that, just for Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Nelson to work with Chris's group to get some regular updates and have more involvement. We can do that without board action, I think is what the county council is saying.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go ahead and move the motion to move item 835.
I just wanted to add a few things. I think Supervisor Nelson nailed it in that we're concerned about the costs, both in terms of subscription that we're not getting the benefit of, but especially the productivity. And this is now over a year late, and I guess Guidehouse said we could make the October, but we're kind of worried about that. It involves every single department in our county. We're all revolving around this, and it's part and parcel of transforming our business and being much more efficient and being able to be much more transparent and allow the board to function, get the kind of analysis that we need without taking days to do it by hand. So a lot revolves around this, and we want to communicate to everybody that we're 100% behind our IT department and developing this, and whatever we can do, whatever resources are needed, but it's taking too long, and you can hear some frustration up here. I think it's shared by the entire board, and so we're ready to get our hands dirty and see what we can contribute to moving this forward, getting beyond this log jam.
All right, well said. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
And a second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, Excellent. That takes us to item A41.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 41 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Santa Barbara County North Branch Jail Expansion Project number 23040 for bridging design services. And this is in the 5th District, and we have 3 requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay.
And we will go ahead with Gail Oshirenka on Zoom, and then we will return to Santa Barbara with Lynn Gibbs. Gail?
Thank you again. I assume you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity. This is about the North Branch Jail and its expansion, and it's basically a good proposal that I support, our group supports. I'm going to let Larry Severance speak later to it, but I wanted to add that the good news in this proposal is the funding that would be added to Naughton Lewis to prepare a concept and cost estimate for this 30-bed, what's described as a step-down facility that could be potentially placed on the North Branch Jail site at some point in the future. I've heard personally that doing this as including some subacute locked facilities, some beds, it's probably not possible or not going to happen. And I guess I wanted to speak to this partly to say, let's have some more input. The public has not, as Suzanne Reardon said earlier, had an opportunity to really discuss and understand what this might include. And we'd be more reassured, I'd be more reassured if the contract could include some clear mandate for Naughton Lewis to hear directly from the public regarding their perceptions of what is needed and how this concept might best meet community needs. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Lynn Gibbs to be followed by Suzanne Warden. Lynn?
Supervisors. Am I mic'd? Thank you. I'm also here to urge that the county's proposed study of a 30-person step-down facility focus on provision of subacute beds for all the reasons we proposed in our previous memo to you that we need these beds. Well, first of all, we really appreciate your board's support of mental health and the degree to which you've invested in it. And we also appreciate the fact that I think it was 16 positions are going to be added to Wellpath for treatment in the jail. We're not so happy about the prospect of potentially having to add more jail pods in the North County. We envision a different system for persons such as the very psychotic young woman who was arrested last week on a trespassing charge. Someone who cycled repeatedly through the county system, spent a lot of time on the street, in a hospital for brief periods of time, and in the jail. In our world, she would have been placed on an involuntary hold instead last week, taken to an available PUF bed or another acute psychiatric hospital bed. But we have such a shortage of them that people who need that stabilization get taken to the jail instead of to a treatment bed. And we've inadvertently created a system where the only option when someone is in extreme crisis is to be arrested and incarcerated. And it's the wrong direction. And now we're, at the cusp of making additional investments in incarceration and the criminal justice system. And that's not a good thing. If she'd had a treatment bed to go to, then she could have had a warm handoff down to whatever a lower, less expensive level of continuum of care that was called for after her crisis, with the goal of interrupting the continual cycle of crisis, risk, and incarceration. If we had a proper continuum of care, including an adequate number of acute and subacute treatment beds, it's not so difficult to imagine this very different flow, reducing the jail population and the need for additional jail pods and investment in the criminal system. We've been told 60% of persons in the jail have behavioral health issues that require treatment, and that 15% have the most severe mental illness.
Thank you,
This
Lynn.
isn't
That
the
is your
place
time.
for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Suzanne Worden, to be followed by Karen Howenstein, who is our final speaker. Suzanne?
Well, I think that Lynn Gibbs and the previous speaker, Gail Osherenko, and the speakers that are coming up by the end of today will have made our case. I don't want to take up your time on this particular agenda item. I think we've made our case. Thank you.
And we will now go to our final speaker, Karen Howenstein. Karen?
Good morning.
Good morning, all. We're all living in this county together. We all have a very big challenge as a county to face. The state has given us a mandate about how we're supposed to handle people with mental disabilities, legitimate mental disabilities, or mental disabilities that were brought by their own hand with drugs on our streets. The sheriff's office has been handling these things for us for quite some time. We need to support them and provide what is necessary to handle the amount of people we're going to be processing. Right? Residential treatment. I believe the reason why you don't have a PUF here anymore is because, are we going to be leaning on our population for residential treatment? I mean, we certainly can. I mean, we've got some of the richest people in the world that live in our county, and they want to help. I believe that Bill Brown has been thrown under the bus. And he's worked for many years to get the funding needed to support his facilities and his staff. And he's been coming up here and he's been fighting for that. Now, again, we have new challenges. We are facing new circumstances. Fentanyl changes the game. Now you have mentally incapacitated people who were born that way, who are on our streets, are now at risk of succumbing to fentanyl poisoning. How are we going to handle that? How are we going to keep them alive? We're all facing this challenge together. So let's discuss what we're going to be doing that's going to be effective. Funding needs to be placed within appropriately directed and focused authority. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item is really about figuring out what we're going to do at the North Branch Jail. 1 pod, 1.5 pods, 2 pods, a 30-bed step-down facility. And I think it begs a question. When we anticipated doing this, one thing we wanted to do was not have to invest a lot more money in the old jail because it seems to be a bottomless pit and it's designed in a way that is archaic. And the North Branch Jail is really much more modern. So I think that this begs the question about whether or not we need a new jail staffing study. When we did our last one in March 2020, we assumed that we were going forward with the main branch jail and a massive renovation there. And we actually hadn't opened the North Branch jail. So I think that, well, I very much like to direct staff to update the jail staffing study because I think that what we have isn't really adequate to the job and will be really important as we make decisions going forward. I would like to ask for an additional analysis looking at how, at the overtime since 2010 to 2023 or 2024. You know, we've been, for I think many, many years, at least since I've been on the board, trying to figure out how we can staff the custody deputies at the jail. And we can't do it, so we have to have mandatory overtime. And so we're building jail, but we can't staff it. So I would like to know, you know, what can we staff? And maybe think about building a jail that we can actually staff comfortably. So I would like that information as well. So I would like to move this forward, but with direction that we update the jail staffing study and look at the overtime over at least 2 decades to see what the custody capacity is.
CEO Miyasato, any thoughts on that?
Supervisors, we can certainly do that. You're right, we did staffing studies earlier. We used the same consultant who's been with us for a while on looking at the staffing. So we can do it. I'm just thinking about when the time frame of getting that done, but we could certainly engage him and his firm again to update the last study. And again, you're right, the last formal study he did assume that the main jail would be fully operational. We've changed our plan since then.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, so my recommendation would be, you know, we would need to update the contract in order to do an additional study. And so since we're not agendized to talk about a study today, I think the way that you could do the motion is just to direct staff to come back with an amendment to the contract to conduct that study, and then your board could discuss whether you wanted to do that.
Actually, supervisors, I think it might be a PO we did last time because it was under the threshold. So in that case, we wouldn't need to come back to the board for a purchase order. I don't think we've used the consultant for a while, so it would be legitimate unless the board wanted us to come back. But my office could just do a purchase order, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Chair Levin. You know, I guess I'm looking for clarification on what we're hoping to get from the staffing study. Or is it to compare what new pods would be staffing-wise versus old facilities? Yeah. Okay, no, that makes sense.
And looking at the experience we have at the North Branch Jail, has it really panned out to be what we projected?
Sure. And I wanted to just respond to one of the public commenters that are concerned about the additional pods at North Branch Jail. And I think we're seeing this, that looking at the healthcare is that, you know, running 2 jails is really expensive, especially one that's very old and antiquated, which is hard to staff and hard to serve medically. And so, you know, the way I see the narrative is really by investing in a North County Branch Jail, we're able to eventually close down some of those sections in the future to provide better service and a better staffing opportunity. And it's expensive and it's something I wouldn't want to spend money on, but I do think that it's the best really alternative out there. And so for some of those that are against that, the alternative is worse, and which is leaving our status quo out there. And you know, the sheriff does not need to close down the North or the South Coast Jail. I mean, that's his power within the scope of a sheriff. And if we ever hope to get him to close down sections of that, we're really going to need to give him some alternative so that he has the ability to have a jail that he thinks is adequate to keep our community safe.
Okay. And we still do have a psychiatric health facility here in Santa Barbara. So
yes,
also
that's important.
Okay, so we have a motion with some direction and a second. Das, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Nelson that this is needed. My understanding from this exchange is that we could proceed with this today. And I think advocates have rightly pointed out the flaws of the main jail. And from my perspective, those aren't just flaws in terms of safety for inmates, but that is significant, in humanity for inmates, but just simply the cost of maintaining enough rated beds in the main jail is, in my view, the largest fiscal threat to the county. The inability for us to staff it, the additional staffing resources that are necessary to do basic functions like outside time or medical visits are unsustainable compared to the operations of the Northern Branch Jail. That is both more humane, safer for the correctional officers, and more sustainable financially. And that's why I think that I know it's counterintuitive to believe that that you can expand our jail beds and therefore use that to constrain or to reduce the amount of actual beds that we need to fill. But in this case, it is very needed. So whether your agenda is financial sustainability for public safety, which is definitely, I think, this board's agenda, or a more humane outcome for inmates where they get better medical and mental health treatment, then this is a good expansion of our jail services.
And
Mr. Chair,
Counsel?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, so I'm just looking at this through the lens of the Brown Act, since I'm trying to figure out a way forward. So we're not agendized to direct staff to do additional study, but what you can do is direct staff to come back and give a report on staffing as it relates to the Northern Branch Jail and current staffing overtime. And so then the staff could make a decision how to prepare for that. So I think that would be the motion you want to do today, to stay within confines of the way the item's agendized.
So I'll revise my motion as our county council suggested, and it'll come back, and then we can direct a study.
And I second that.
Okay, so we have a amended motion and second. County Council?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, actually what I was thinking is just directing staff to come back with the information, and then if they need to do additional study before that, they can, or if not, then they would just come back with what they have.
Thank you. That's simpler.
Okay. And that's my second.
All right. So we direct staff to come back with
So re-amended.
jail study and overtime.
We're going to have the study done before we have the item voted on. All right. Got it moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes unanimously. Excellent. And that takes us to A66, I believe.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, administrative item number 66 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to consider recommendations regarding a contribution of $25,000 for San Ynez Valley Senior Advisory Council doing business as Solving Senior Center. And we have one request from the public on this item, and we are going to Zoom with Ellen Albertoni. Ellen?
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to thank Supervisor Hartman and all of the supervisors for considering the support for the Solving Senior Center as we go forward, build a new building which will actually help our entire valley and community to provide our seniors with a wonderful, new, beautiful facility that they not only want and would like, but that they deserve, because they're all very important components. They have a lot to offer to our community, as well as everyone else does, but they're really the backbone of our community. So thank you very much for considering your supporting our project. It means a lot to us, and we're excited that we're close to, we're getting closer to groundbreaking, and it's exciting, and you've supported us all along. So thank you.
Excellent organization. Supervisor Hartman?
I came to realize that Solvang has the highest percentage of seniors of any town in our county. And so this senior center is really well used, and the new center will be really very significant in that community. And so the board and Ellen deserve a lot of credit, because this was a major undertaking in a little town to raise all the money, but they did it.
Excellent. All right. Is there a motion to move A66?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Hartman, second by Nelson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, now's the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, yes, we have 25 requests to speak on general public comment today.
Okay, so I think we had, before I even got here, which I'm very happy that you did that, Supervisor Capps, is we have a minute and a half per speaker. We have 25 speakers. So we are going to close the roll for public comment once the first speaker begins.
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we are going to begin here in Santa Barbara with Rose Arlano Sanchez Guart, to be followed by Sherry Foster. Rose?
Hello. Good morning, County Board and County staff. My name is Rose Arellano Sanchez Goulart, and I'm a social worker for the County of Santa Barbara. Worker retention is a huge issue in the county. It seems like every time 3 coworkers join, 2 end up leaving. That means not only does the county have to find more qualified social workers, but the county has to train them, or I should say we do have to train them. There are a myriad of reasons for this high turnover rate, and some of those include burnout, inadequate compensation, and we'll talk more about that later, lack of professional development opportunities, overwhelming workloads, and an unfair promotion process. We've come to the board to speak about many of these items before. High turnover rates lead to increased pressure on the remaining staff, who must take on additional responsibilities every time someone heads out that door. The burnout that I mentioned earlier also leads to a decrease in morale. Besides the impact on workers, the lack of retention also impacts our clients and our community. It affects the consistency of services that we provide. That means that residents have delayed case processing times, increased waiting times, and reduced availability of critical safety net services. There are also financial implications to high turnover. It costs money to find new qualified candidates. It takes money to hire them and money to train them. Investing in employee retention strategies is cost-effective in the long run, and compared to facilitating a revolving door of employees arriving then leaving. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Rose.
We will now go to Sherry Foster, to be followed by Linda Foster. Sherry?
Good morning, Chairman Lavanino. I'm Sherry Foster with New California State, and I'm going to speak. Shasta County may be forced to overturn election due to voter integrity lawsuit written by Chris W. Street of the Mountaintop Tides. After the first time Shasta County conservative candidate Dr. Laura Hobbs came with 14 votes of defeating the establishment's 2nd District Supervisor candidate in March 2024, she filed a lawsuit for violations of voter integrity laws. The election results may now be overturned after Register of Voter staff admitted in trial testimony to violations of election law that appears to have steered about 179 votes to Hobbs' opponent. Shasta County's March 5th primary election was expected to be laser focused on a nationally funded recall effort against successful first-time supervisor candidate Kevin Cry, on a 2022 shoestring campaign budget, literally walked away, rocked every house in District 1 to pull off a 91 vote November victory over a very well-heeled establishment candidate. Has a nail-biter vote count stretched out over 3 weeks, scores of conservative and liberal election observers started watching and categorized every action of the Register of Voters staff. The ROV on March 28th awarded Long 50.13% of the vote. Dr. Hobbs filed a
Sherry.
lawsuit against Long.
Ms. Foster, I'm sorry, that's your time.
Okay.
We will now go to Linda Foster to be followed by John Thermos. Linda?
Good morning, everybody. I hope that's delicious. We all tend to get short-sighted and caught up in the new and improved of something, and will be viewed as a step forward in progress. There are 3 points to reconsider in our voting process. One is to reenact the voter ID for the privilege to vote as an American citizen and taxpayer. Number 2 is go back to the paper ballots, and number 3 is one-day voting. We're all concerned about voter fraud with the accusations on both sides. Why continue to beat our heads against the wall? The Dominion machines are the source of the issue. Why continue to use them? Whatever candidate wins this crucial election, the other party will scream fraud. Paper ballots have been successfully used for years. They don't break down, they don't run out of ink, nor the potential of tampering with them in any so-called high-tech equipment. Think about it, and thank you for your time.
We will now go to John Thermos to be followed by Larry Severance. John? Is John here? Alrighty, we will go to Larry Severance to be followed by Bill Palmisano. Larry?
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and supervisors. I'm here today on behalf of CLU Santa Barbara and League of Women Voters Criminal Justice Reform Work Group. The comments are general, but they pertain to funding opportunities for many of the things you've heard called for. Proposition 1 is alive and well, it's passed, and it's basically a gold rush start to apply for those funds. And the funds, as you know, can apply to mental health and addiction treatment. What we did was submit a letter to you on June 17th. It's part of the public record, encouraging you to look at ways to engage your staff and your departments to apply for those Proposition 1 funds. Attached to that letter was a letter from NAMI and Families Act that also encouraged you to take a look at that. It's time sensitive, and I know your staff are working hard and there's priorities, but please consider if there's ways to bootstrap that funding for some of the projects we're talking about. Really, the only other thing I was going to address was the, I believe the motion you passed for funding this study on the step-down facility. We're strongly in support of that. We toured the jail on June 4th. There are mental health challenges for folks there. This step-down facility could provide a valuable alternative. Thank you for going forward with it.
We will now go to Bill Palmisano to be followed by Gretchen Daniels. Bill? Is Bill not here? All righty. We will go to Gretchen Daniels to be followed by Michael English. Gretchen?
Hi, good morning. This is Mr. Smith goes to Washington, only it's old lady goes to downtown Santa Barbara county meeting. So I'm new to all of this, and I'm kind of looking at it all with curiosity and learning. A little curious about how the Dalai Lama got on here, but curiosity is a good thing. And so I think what I'm advocating here today is curiosity about, well, it seems that there's a lot of sort of deciding about who's contracted for what. And it seems that our voting has been contracted out to computers. And it seems that maybe we've been slipped a Mickey in that process. And maybe we should be curious about sort of revisiting that and maybe sort of spending more time on really looking at what has happened with computer elections.
We will now go to Michael English to be followed by Rosalie Hardwine. Michael?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project is a nonpartisan grassroots group working to ensure our elections are safe and secure, that the outcomes are accurately reflect the votes of the citizens, and that they're not manipulated through fraud. We've requested an agenda item to present evidence of election manipulation to the BOS per the 1953 Brown Act of California, which allows the public to address concerns to elected officials. To date, the Board of Supervisors has not allowed for this, allowed focused time for this, and so we'll continue to use the inefficient mechanism of open general comments to read our evidence into the public record. Concerning voter registration, the Federal Help America Vote Act of 2002, HAVA, Title III, Section 303.A.5, requires the state to verify that voter registration information is sufficient to verify the voter's eligibility to register to vote. It also modifies the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 405R, to require the Social Security Administration to work with each state's driver's license agency to verify the voter registrations that they process. In 2004, the Social Security Administration contracted an international private entity, the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators, to create and run the Help America Vote Verification, HAVV, system. Since January 2011, HAVV has processed nearly 9 million voter registrations from California and has determined that 75% of the people registering in California through the DMV are not eligible to vote.
Thank you, Michael. That is your time. We will now go to Rosalie Hardwine to be followed by Peggy Wilson. Rosalie?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm going to be continuing the Santa Barbara VIP testimony. Every week in 2024, HAVV evaluates that an average of 3,000 voter registrations they receive for California are ineligible. That is approximately 156,000 invalid voter registrations per year. This shows that for a long time, our voter registration system has experienced and continues to experience a massive flood of invalid registrations, 3/4 of all applications. And that may be just the tip of the iceberg. Executive Order number 14019, entitled Executive Order on Promoting Access to Voting, signed on March 7th, 2021, requires all federal government agencies to consider how they can promote voter registration at their facilities and upgrade agency websites to provide online voter registration. Voter registrations collected through EO 14019, agency expansion, do not get verified through HAVV. Only voter registrations collected through state DMVs do. It is completely unknown how many government agency voter registrations are for people who are not eligible to vote. The volume of invalid registrations we already know about cannot be caused by normal legal activity. This must be an organized attack preparing our voting system for fraudulent activity by creating a credit line of fraudulent voter registrations.
Thank you, Rosalie. That is your time.
This is a question here. Okay, that comes up next.
We will now go to Peggy Wilson to be followed by Rod Walters. Peggy?
Yes, thank you. And I'm continuing with the Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project testimony. How has California responded to this? Evidence submitted to the court by Judicial Watch shows that 21 California counties have removed 5 or fewer voters for any reason from the registration database between November 2020 and November 2022. However, the state is required by Section 8 of the 1993 National Voter Registration Act to have a systematic program to make a reasonable effort to keep the voter rolls clean, especially due to deaths or moves. The evidence shows that Santa Barbara County removed no registrations from our voter registration database in those 2 years. That's 0 removals. The California Health and Human Service Agencies report that 7,229 people died in Santa Barbara County during that time. None of the related voter registrations were removed. That means there are over 7,000 active registrations for dead people that could be used to commit vote fraud. According to the United States Census Bureau, 10 to 15% of the U.S. population moves every year. Still, Santa Barbara County has not removed any voter registrations. Regarding the voter registration database, the following statistics are gleaned from data Santa Barbara County has compiled and made publicly available on the internet since 2010. So we have 13 years of data.
Thank you, Peggy. That is your time. We will now go to Rod Walters to be followed by Barbara Ireland. Rod?
Thank you. I will be continuing with the VIP testimony. Chart number 2, Santa Barbara population and voter registrations. The population has been increasing by almost 1,400 people yearly. On average, 3,800 voter registrations have been added yearly. So our voter registration rate is 2.7 times that of the population growth, almost a 3-fold factor. Even if every person represented by the population growth was eligible to vote, this would mean that the county has created and kept at least 31,408 invalid voter registrations in the past 13 years. Clearly, the Santa Barbara County voter rolls are not maintained properly. This is a big deal. Regarding voter turnout, the number of people who have voted has grown yearly by about 2,300, which means the average increase in voter turnout is 1.6 times that of the population growth over the past 13 years. That rate is very suspicious. There is a widespread feeling that the people in Santa Barbara County are less engaged in voting, not 60% more engaged since the year of 2010. Even if every voter engagement growth were to track the population growth, it still means that roughly 54,000 votes were fraudulently cast in the past 13 years.
Thank you, Rod. That is your time. We will now go to Barbara Ireland to be followed by Lisa Sloan. Barbara?
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I'm continuing with the voter project. No one could predict what voter engagement for every age group will be for any given election, but consider this. Dr. Douglas Frank, who has his PhD in surface electroanalytical chemistry from the University of Cincinnati and has published roughly 60 peer-reviewed scientific publications, applied his scientific mind to analyzing election data during the problematic Pennsylvania general election of 2020. He found that the voter age turnout data in the 3 counties he initially analyzed were described by a single mathematical equation, a 6th-order polynomial to be exact. No reasonable person would expect this to be the case. He expanded his study to the counties in the rest of the state and found that each one had age-based voter turnout data precisely described by the same equation. A colleague then challenged him to do the same in New Jersey, and he found that their age-based voter turnout was described by a similar polynomial equation using a different set of coefficients. Over the last 2.5 years, Dr. Frank has analyzed the voter turnout data from over 800 counties in 48 states and found that each state's data is described by the same polynomial though each state has its own set of coefficients.
Thank you, Barbara. That is your time. We will now go to Lisa Sloan to be followed by Lisa Osterdoff. Lisa?
Right here, chart number 3. Yes, good morning, board members. I'm continuing the Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project testimony. Dr. Frank visited Santa Barbara County on August 8th, 2022, after completing an analysis of our 2020 election data. He showed that his California-specific equation, he could predict the age-based voter turnout of every county in California with a 98% or better accuracy. His prediction for Santa Barbara County, next chart, was 99.9% accurate. This means that Santa Barbara County's age-based voter turnout data is almost 100% predictable. As he says, that ain't natural, baby. Santa Barbara County's voter registration database is massively inflated, and the excess registrations are being used in a systematic way to manipulate our votes without looking suspicious. In other words, those excess registrations our credit line fraudsters can use to cast illegal votes to change election outcomes. There are other indicators that something is not quite right. In 1837, Baron Simeon Poisson coined the term the law of large numbers to describe the established mathematical principle that the
Ms. Sloan, that's your time.
Thank you so much.
We will now go to Lisa Ostendorf to be followed by Amy Blair. Lisa?
Yes, good morning, supervisors. And continuing that sentence, in 1837, Baron Simeon Poisson coined the term the law of large numbers to describe the established mathematical principle that the accuracy of lab experiments improves as more trials are run. The nature of elections lends itself to following the law of large numbers unless votes are manipulated in some way. The average person can relate to the law of large numbers by considering how polling data is used to predict the outcome of an election when the sample size is large enough and representative of the whole population. Applying the law of large numbers to an election means we would expect that very early in a secure election, the vote totals could change drastically minute by minute, but that as time passes, the results could become exponentially more stable. In the United States, the few counties that hand count elections without computerized ballot scanners and tabulators have sequential results consistent with the law of large numbers. The Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project has received and analyzed the chronological log of the ballots via the cast vote records of every county election in the past 3 years, and found that when you visualize the data, it is very clear that none of it is consistent with the law of large numbers. That isn't natural. So why doesn't the vote count data follow the law of large numbers?
I'm sorry, but your time's up.
Thank you. We will now go to Amy Blair to be followed by Michelle Westlander-Quaid. Amy?
Hi, I'm continuing for the SBVIP. We have visualized the data from the Gavin Newsom recall contest in 2021. The thin red line shows the boundaries that the law of large numbers establishes for the increasing accuracy of the vote tally as more votes come in. The thick blue line shows the percentage of no votes collected from mail-in ballots tallied over time. The first few thousand votes fall within the bounds of the law of large numbers, but after that, rather than stabilizing, the result increases drastically in the no direction and reaches a much higher set point. The vertical line in the middle of the graph represents election day, and the thick green line represents ballots cast in person at the polls. Though the number of in-person ballots was only 7% of all the votes received, the results dropped consistently in the yes direction, a total of more than 2 percentage points, and then meanders generally in the yes direction, as the election day drop-off ballots are tallied to the final result that is 5 percentage points less than the pre-election day set point. The establishment of the high set point early in the election, as shown in this graph, shows how this election was rigged to achieve a desired outcome or set point by submitting fraudulent mail-in ballots early to achieve a desired result. People attempting to manipulate the results have to calculate how much they need to preload votes to achieve the desired results after Election Day, because the public's actual legal voting on Election Day always overcomes the preloaded results to some extent.
Thank you, Amy. That is your time. We will now go to Michelle Westlander-Quaid, to be followed by Kevin Osborne. Michelle?
Good morning. Continuing the SBVIP testimony, the manipulated characteristics of the Gavin Newsom recall contest are not unusual within Santa Barbara County elections. Rather, they are representative of the vast majority of contests in every election since 2020. So I'll draw your attention to the chart. Occasionally, about 10% of the contests show a slight variation of the manipulation, like in this visualization of the Proposition 1 contest from this year's primary election. In that case, the set point appeared to be 45% yes for the first 30,000 ballots, but then a steady change occurred as real votes came in to sway the results to a final no for over 52% of the vote, a 7 percentage point difference from the set point. Many of us has previously spoken to this Board of Supervisors expressing valid concerns about the ongoing use of mail-in ballots, electronic scanners, and tabulators because of their vulnerability to fraud. This data validates our concerns. In every election contest, the voice of we the people is clearly being significantly disenfranchised because of the current election system. We have also shown you that though this board signed a contract with Dominion Voting Systems to fund the electronic election machines that are the backbone of this disastrous system that is vulnerable to manipulation, the contract was written with a very broad escape clause, allowing the board to terminate the contract for convenience with 30 days written notice. Once again, we urge you to cancel that contract now.
We will now go to...
All right, I was trying to hold off, but I have to weigh in. So during public comment, which is different than the rest of the meeting, because sometimes you get a heated voice on one side or the other, although everybody's been very good today. We don't clap or boo or yell or anything. If you agree with the person, we do that. Otherwise, we try to keep decorum in the room. Go ahead, sir.
We will now go to Kevin Osborne, to be followed by Kelly Avina. Kevin?
Well, I'll be brief. I'm here to say that I share all the concerns about our election integrity, and I request that we get this item on the agenda for more serious discussions. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Kelly Avina, to be followed by Mary Hudson. Kelly?
I just want to agree. Good morning, first of all.
Morning.
I want to agree with the concerns that have been raised, and I really wonder why this was not put on the agenda. It concerns us all. I strongly urge you to put it on the agenda next time.
We will now go to Mary Hudson, to be followed by Effie Henya Benalis. Mary?
Good morning, Supervisors. Continuing the Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project conversation. Furthermore, we urge the Board of Supervisors to pressure Joe Holland, Registrar of Voters, to find another way to run elections that is not vulnerable to this kind of large-scale fraud, such as returning to the way that we used to do elections. Voting in person on Election Day, showing ID, and voting on paper ballots hand-counted at the precincts that night. And to that end, we have offered an alternative plan that is not vulnerable to large-scale fraud, already documented and vetted by other counties, holding elections in precincts of no more than 1,200 people, requiring in-person voting, except in the case of specifically requested absentee ballots, of course, and tallying ballots at the precinct where the ballots are cast. The Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project, a nonpartisan group of concerned citizens, is offering to help the elections office recruit volunteers required to run hand-counted elections, and some of us have already been trained in this process. This would help the county in many ways. It would cost much less to run elections, build a better sense, actually 1/10 of what it costs to do the mail-in ballots. This would help the county in many ways. It would cost a lot less to run elections. It would build a better sense of community along Santa Barbara residents and restore trust in election outcomes. Thank you, Supervisors.
We will now go to Efigenia Benales to be followed by Suzanne Borden. Efigenia?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's not very easy to come here and talk before all of you and other members of the public, but it really concerns me, the fact that I'm seeing here what I have seen when I saw during my teenage years and my early 20s in my own native country. My question is right now to all of you is, do you want to know what it's like to live in a country of lawlessness? I witnessed during voting elections back in my native country, people being buzzed, hundreds of people, from one town, from the little town into the Mexico City, from one precinct to another one and another one. This is like a deja vu here. It is very sad. I really don't understand. People born and raised in the United States are not defending what you have, what we have. Now, another question, do you enjoy the freedoms that a democratic republic offers? You have no idea. I'm not telling you because you obviously are involved, and we appreciate that. But you need to know more. Then if you enjoy those freedoms, you need to protect your vote.
Thank you.
Make
That
it
is your
one
time.
day, in person, ID, and U.S. citizens only. Thank you.
We will now go to Suzanne Worden to be followed by Karen Howenstein. Suzanne?
Hello again. I had a chance to talk to Assistant CEO Tanya Heitman in the hallway, and we're beginning to understand each other better in terms of what the provisions will be for Prop 1 and how this county can benefit from this amazing opportunity. And I voted for that proposition, even though the propaganda on both sides was totally confusing. And even though I've been working on this issue of beds for people with mental health conditions for decades, I didn't really know for sure it was going to help. But my understanding is that Prop 1 was created to meet some of the unmet needs in the counties for people with mental health problems. And it is our contention that we need more beds. We need more beds that are locked in various categories, and we need more treatment beds that are not locked. And so we want to make sure that we, stakeholders and advocates who are concerned about mental health treatment in this county, have a voice in the planning. Tanya Heitman explained to me that the guidelines have not come out yet for the portion of Prop 1 funding that could be up to $43 million, that's an estimate, that could fund things like MHRC beds or group homes or beds for people with mental health conditions. The guidelines have not come out yet, and therefore we can't start planning. But I think us advocates might disagree with that. We want to be planning now. Certain other counties have extensive and detailed plans, and some of them have already received money under big chunks of dollars. Is that my limit? Did somebody say something?
That is your time. Thank you. We will now go to Karen Howenstein, and then we will go to Santa Maria with Daniel Ibarra-Nunez. Karen?
Hello, I want to echo my support for all of the speakers preceding me who have done an amazing job and make so much sense. I'm here today with Gerald Neeson's beaver And I am here to remind you that we are all meat bags. Our spirit is what we're developing, protecting, turning into fodder, whatever's happening with that. Our integrity is in spirit. What is the spirit of voting in Santa Barbara County? That's what we are to determine. We do that as a county, as a whole. So we have important questions that need to be placed on the agenda, important questions that need to be answered by county elections. That's data. They've been doing their jobs this whole time, so they should have that. Let's hear from them. Thank you.
We will now go to Santa Maria with Daniel Ibarra Nunez, to be followed by Lori Newell. Daniel?
Good morning. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Daniel Ibarra Nunez, and I am a social worker on the Assessment and Investigation Unit for Child Welfare Services here in the Santa Maria branch. I'm here to ask for your support for a large group of us workers that serve our community day and night. The job is hard, but no one told us it was going to be easy. But they also said, don't worry, the county takes care of you. I have witnessed some of the most saddest, scary, and also some of the happiest moments in this job when protecting children and ensuring them a safe place to sleep and live. There have been times where I have worked from 8 a.m. to about 8 a.m. the next morning with no sleep, have gone out to serve a protective custody warrant in the middle of the night at 3 a.m., not knowing what I may witness or put myself into or in the dangerous zone with my colleagues. I have been told by law enforcement, oh, you mean that house? I have been scared to go into that house myself. But guess what? I was not scared because that house has a child that is more scared than me, if any, and that is my obligation to make sure that child is safe. So once again, I ask for you to listen and support with action the many workers just like me that go out and protect children from dangerous situations, from unsanitary homes, homes with drugs, abusive parents, and neglectful parents. Please do not neglect your workers, do what is right, and make our pay reflect our everyday risk.
We will remain in Santa Maria and go to Lori Newell, to be followed by Yuri Gomez. Lori?
Hello, I'm Lori Newell, and I'm here to speak as a county resident since 1980, a career employment specialist with DSS, a member of SEIU 721, and also a proud member of the 721 bargaining team. We're here because our contract date has passed, we're nearing the end of negotiations, and we're running out of options. We're here today because we need your support. I won't quote numbers because you're aware of how our county compares to the market average. When we were last here on May 14th, we shared with you the study conducted by our financial analyst. But my main point today is inequity adjustments, when addressed independently from COLAs, work. In this last contract, our eligibility classes received a 3% inequity adjustment in addition to COLAs. 3 years later, our financial analysis shows our eligibility workers and supervisors are beginning to close that gap. This group now has the smallest disparity. Are they where they should be? No, not yet. But they're starting to catch up while the rest of us have fallen further behind. Until we start to close the gap for all 721 job classes, we can expect to keep struggling with retention, recruitment, and unmanageable workloads. We can expect the revolving door situation to continue, which means we can expect our communities to continue suffering from being unserved or underserved. We've seen what this board and executive team can accomplish when you believe in something, and now we're asking you to please believe in us. Thank you.
We will remain in Santa Maria with Yuri Gomez, to be followed by Steve Hernandez. Yuri?
Good morning, CEO Miyasato and Board of Supervisors. My name is Yuri Gomez, and I am a Social Services Supervisor with Child Welfare Services. I am also a proud SEIU 721 member leader. I have proudly served our community since 2009. I upheld our mission that we deliver exceptional services so all can enjoy a safe, healthy, and prosperous life. In our jobs, words matter, promises matter. Community members trust us and rely on us for critical services. We have become one of the county's largest safety nets for children and families. We cannot uphold those promises if we don't have the necessary workforce, and we need them to be trained and experienced. A lot of our workers have under 2 years of experience because of our ongoing cycle of lack of retention and losing them to other counties. We need to uphold the promises. We need you to uphold the promises you have made to your constituents, time after time, that their needs will be prioritized. Community members need timely and quality services. Children in foster care need consistency and safety. We are willing to continue to provide those services, but are you willing to do your part to ensure you have a strong and healthy workforce? Please do the right thing. Please keep your promises. Thank you.
We will now go to Steve Hernandez in Santa Maria, who is our final speaker on general public comment. Steve?
Good morning. I've been proudly serving the people of the county of Santa Barbara for 10 years. I love what I do. It's my calling in life to be a public servant. In my 10 years as a CES worker in the Social Services Department, I've witnessed a decline in morale and support that impedes our ability to be true to our mission statement, assisting the community and people we serve to be safe, supported, and self-sufficient. As we have seen a steady decline in retaining great quality employees to serve the people, whether it's to go to other neighboring counties' social services department to get paid a more reasonable and livable wage, or to quit because the workload is so overwhelming that they can't take it anymore, or even to take a leave of absence to gather their sanity. It makes the current employees who have and still have the love to serve the people in our community very difficult to provide the much needed support to people less fortunate than you or I. Hundreds and hundreds of cases do not get attended to in a reasonable amount of time, which affects not only the stress we have as social service workers trying to do the best we can, but the clients, their families, and the community in whole. Families wait helplessly to get their benefits. Families wait helplessly to get their benefits granted to eat, live, and grow. There are a great amount of workers on leave of absence, many of them due to the stress of the workload that puts a strain on the current staff that does whatever we can to save the world one client at a time. What does management tell us in response to our concerns? They tell us to find another job, or we don't have to be here. We don't want a lavish lifestyle. We don't want an appreciation day. We don't even want the wage that you all have sitting in front of me.
Thank you, Steve. That is your time.
All we need is help. Help by keeping the great people we serve the community and pledging the oath that we all voluntarily signed up for as social service workers. We love what we do.
Steve.
We surrender ourselves, our lives, our knowledge, our compassion to make this community we serve safe, supported, and self-sufficient.
Thank you, and that concludes general public comment for today.
Okay, I want to thank all of our public speakers today. Since so many have had to do with elections and Shasta, I would just point everybody to an article that came out today in Cal Matters. Folks might want to take a look at regarding elections there. It's entitled, How Election Conspiracy Theories Tore Apart This Remote Northern California County. And I'm glad our folks here do not use the tactics that they're using. Everybody here has been very, it's been calm, and appreciate that. Unfortunately, their registrar of voters ended up having to quit, along with a lot of their other staff. But I think it's a good read. It brings out some interesting points of view. So we are going to have agenda management. I'm going to explain how the departmental agenda is going to go now. We're going to have to move around some items. So we're going to start with D1, followed by D6, then 5, then 2, then 3, then 4. So again, it's 165 to 34. And with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 11:15. So we are going to reconvene this meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, can you please read agenda item D1 into the record, please?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Public Works Department, Board of Directors, and Flood Control and Water Conservation District. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Flood Benefit Assessment Program for fiscal year 2024 through 2025.
Mr. Rubalcaba.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino, fellow members of the board. I'm Walter Rubalcaba with the Flood Control District. This morning, Matt Griffin, our engineering manager, will be providing an update on the proposed benefit assessment program for 24-25. The three of us will be available for any questions, and with that, I'll pass it over to Matt.
Good morning. Thank you, Walter. Yes, Matt Griffin with the Flood Control and Water Conservation District. For background, a benefit assessment is a voter-approved program from 1980 and was a reaction to Proposition 13 and an approximate 60% reduction in district revenue. In 1996, a benefit assessment increase went to vote with only the South Coast flood zone approving that increase. The original benefit assessment vote allows for annual increases up to the annual consumer price index increase, which helps preserve our funding in relation to inflation. The consumer price index and proposed benefit assessment increase for fiscal year 24-25 is 4.03%. This table shows the benefit assessment for various land use groups for each of the 10 flood zones. The highlighted column is for Group C, which are single-family residences of 0.3 acres or less, and is the basis for all of the other rates, which get scaled up or down depending on parcel size and land use type. For comparison, in the Orchid flood zone, a single-family residence of 0.3 acres or less went from $5.34 to $5.55, a 21-cent annual increase. In the South Coast, for a similar property, the rate is going from $29.91 last year to $31.12 this year, an increase of $1.21. This slide is intended to show the fiscal impacts to district revenue from the 23 and 24 storm events. The left two columns list the 10 benefit assessment flood zones, followed by the July 2022 fund balances, and then the April 2024 fund balances. The next columns show any reduction in revenue and the year-to-year percent change of those balances. This snapshot includes all district revenue and expenses, including operations and maintenance, capital improvement projects, in addition to our storm response costs. As you can see, there's been a 2% drop in the Lompoc Valley flood zone and a 48% drop in flood balances in the South Coast flood zone. So in 2022, we had a $25 million balance on the South Coast, and we currently have a balance of $13 million. This is primarily the result of emergency response being an upfront local cost. And while we do anticipate a significant amount of FEMA public assistance reimbursement, those funds have not yet been received. And this illustrates the importance of managing and replenishing our fund balances and the need for continuing our annual benefit assessment increases. So today, we're asking for approval of the actions listed in the board letter, and if approved, the item will then return to your board on July 9th for a second reading and final adoption on the administrative agenda. And with that, we can take your questions.
It's to the board for questions. Anybody? Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on this matter?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay. We'll look for a motion.
Move A through D, today's staff report.
And I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. For the record, I'll just state Supervisor Nelson has stepped away. He's actually going to move to the Santa Maria location out of an abundance of caution over his laryngitis for the rest of us. So appreciate that. Hopefully the road back is a little clearer than the way here. Okay, thank you very much. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We're now going to take D6. Madam Clerk, can you please read that into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 6 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a response to the 2023 through 2024 grand jury report on Wellpath contract services and update on justice system improvements.
Good morning, Chair Labanino and Supervisors. I'm Assistant CEO Tanya Heitman, and with me today is Principal Analyst Nicole Parmalee. We'll be presenting proposed responses to the grand jury's 2024 report related to the Wellpath contract services at the jail. We'll be providing background information about the work underway for each section of the report to place the proposed responses in context for you. The Sheriff's response to this report was submitted on May 29th and is included in your packet as Attachment B. The first finding and recommendations are related to Wellpath's staffing vacancies. Later this morning, the 9-month extension of the Wellpath contract will be presented for approval. The Sheriff's Office will detail changes that are included in that extension, but some highlights include the addition of 16.6 healthcare positions, improved provisions for payment credits due to missed shifts, and liquidated damages for vacant positions. These efforts are being made to disincentivize vacancies and unstaffed or missed shifts. The new agreement also includes increases to the salaries and benefits that are designed to account for cost of living increases. In partnership with experts from Health Management Associates, or HMA, a work group has also been formed and is actively planning for a new RFP to be brought to your board for approval. The development of the RFP is on a very aggressive timeline in order to have a new agreement that incorporates both CalAIM and the remedial plan requirements in place by March 31st of 2025. The RFP will also incorporate areas that the 9-month extension was not able to fully address, such as additional positions that were not feasible for hiring and onboarding in such a short extension. So we agree that with the grand jury's first finding, Wellpath and Sheriff's staffing shortfalls at the jail occur frequently, and this could lead to delayed healthcare provision. Given the contract extension before your board today, recommendation 1A for more healthcare positions to be included in the 2024 contract has been implemented. Recommendation 1B is for increased compensation for qualified healthcare staff. The proposed agreement includes increases that could be used in this fashion. However, it's ultimately up to Wellpath to determine how these increases will be applied. Although we support salary increases to aid with recruitment, we are not in a position to dictate this requirement and thus are indicating that this recommendation will not be implemented. Recommendation 1C is similarly addressed. The agreement terms make it necessary for Wellpath to fully staff all positions in order to avoid providing credits or liquidated damages, but it will be their responsibility to determine how to ensure they're able to recruit and retain staff. They have indicated that they fully anticipate being able to do so. The next finding and recommendation is related to staffing credits and contract monitoring. Wellpath's contract has required payment reductions or credits when staffing shortfalls exceed 2% of missed hours. In September of 2023, it was brought to your board's attention that potential credits were not being calculated for the jail facilities. Subsequently, the sheriff began working with the county executive office staff, county council, and Wellpath to address retroactive application of these credits for fiscal year 23-24, and they anticipate that this process will be completed before fiscal year-end close. Additionally, in March 2024, your board approved additional clinical positions in public health to provide increased monitoring and clinical oversight of the contract. These positions include a half-time position, the Chief Correctional Health Medical Advisor, and a full-time RN, or Correctional Health CQI Coordinator. Public Health is currently recruiting for these positions and anticipates they will be hired within the next 2 to 3 months. With that being said, it's important to distinguish clinical oversight from contract administration. At the sheriff's request, administrative oversight of the contract remains vested with the sheriff and the probation department. Public health's focus will be confined to clinical standards, adequacy of care, and outcomes. Be Well and Public Health have conducted quarterly reviews for the past 7 years. Recently, in collaboration with the County Executive Office and the Sheriff's Office, both Be Well and Public Health enhanced their monitoring tools and incorporated additional elements into them. Additionally, with support from the County Compliance Officer, they formalized expectations for corrective action plans for any areas of noncompliance. The full accounting in the areas of compliance and noncompliance, as well as the corrective action plans, are included in the board materials as Attachment C for Public Health and Attachment D for Be Well. Also included are summaries prepared by the monitoring staff. Many of the areas of noncompliance were successfully remedied between monitoring events. Unfortunately, there are several areas of compliance that were not adequately addressed despite the corrective action plans. Certain compliance review sections related to safety cells in particular have seen repeated carryover of the same goal with little to no improvement, with staffing and scheduling challenges cited by Wellpath. While Public Health and Be Well will continue to monitor these areas and assist Wellpath in identifying means of correction, it is up to the Sheriff's Office as a contract administrator to determine if additional action is appropriate. The county agrees with the grand jury's finding that there has been a lack of accounting within the Sheriff's Office in failing to acknowledge and address the staffing shortfalls that should have triggered credits. As to the recommendation, your board has already provided resources for Public Health to hire additional clinical staff who will provide the clinical oversight. We note this recommendation is being implemented in part as contractual agreement adherence rests with the Sheriff's Office. The next area speaks to mental health coverage at night. This is an area that has been addressed in prior grand jury reports, and there have been a number of developments. KPMG was engaged to assess crisis services operating model, including strategy, program delivery, operations, and performance, program costs, and resource alignment, as well as readiness to implement the new mobile crisis benefit, which was subsequently launched at the end of 2023. Through collaboration amongst Sheriff and Be Well, greater communication and crisis response has been leading to steady improvements. Although Be Well was not able to co-locate crisis staff at the jail as initially anticipated due to staffing constraints, they are currently participating in evening rounds at both facilities and have released an RFP with the intention to provide contracted staff to continue covering nighttime response at the jail. KPMG has also been further engaged to support improvements to Be Well's crisis services, including the nighttime response at the jail and mobile crisis program. I do need to emphasize, though, that these efforts are designed to address the nighttime hours, for which Wellpath is not contractually obligated to provide mental health staff coverage, specifically from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. However, its effectiveness is dependent upon Wellpath maintaining sufficient mental health staffing during the afternoon and evening hours that can appropriately update crisis staff at rounds. It is therefore incumbent on Wellpath and the contract administrators to ensure sufficient staffing during the contracted hours. Which takes us to finding 3, which notes that we agree that Wellpath does not have 24/7 mental health providers. The grand jury recommended that your board ensure trained crisis staff cover mental health-related crisis at the jail during the nighttime hours. This recommendation will be implemented. Be Well and the jail staff are working to finalize an MOU that will identify and establish Be Well's responsibilities for nighttime coverage at the jail. Wellpath is also required to have Be Well review all of their local policies. So once those are submitted, that's another opportunity for them to collaborate and ensure that they are in agreement as to how they will work together to fully address both new bookings as well as emerging mental health issues with those already in custody. Once a nighttime crisis provider is selected through Be Well's RFP, it's anticipated that they too will be working with the sheriff and Wellpath to meet the population's needs. Although we are fully implementing this specific recommendation, it is again important to recognize its effectiveness is subject to Wellpath's mental health staffing during the contracted hours of 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. The last area of the report is focused on annual reporting. Wellpath is contractually required to provide an annual report on significant trends and issues. Initially, the annual report included both juvenile and adult facilities. More recently, we requested Wellpath create a separate report for the juvenile facilities and brought it to your board separately to ensure both timely review as well as appropriate attention to issues that were unique to the juvenile population. Although independent of each other, the annual reports continue to be a required component and an opportunity to report out on areas of compliance as well as non-compliance through inclusion of the monitoring reports from Be Well and Public Health and data provided by Wellpath. It's anticipated that with the addition of the clinical oversight by Public Health, there is an opportunity for even greater reporting to your board. So as to the findings, the first is related to delays in reporting to your board, and we find that this is partially accurate as the juvenile reporting has been timely while the jail's portion has fallen out of compliance. As to recommendation 4A, this has been implemented. Your board originally required the annual report be included in the RFP and contract, and you've been clear in your expectations. As to recommendation 4B, imposition of penalties on Wellpath related to late reports, this recommendation will not be implemented. Timely annual reports are an aspect of contract administration. The sheriff and probation department are responsible for ensuring that annual reports are brought to your board on a timely basis. This concludes the recommended responses to the grand jury. However, we would like to provide some updates related to other criminal justice improvements that are aligned with recommendations in this grand jury report, as well as others that have been brought before your board in the past. Data and its use to inform our work, as well as accessibility for stakeholders in the community, is a system improvement that all of the criminal justice partners are committed to. And this includes additions to the Sheriff's Office public-facing data dashboard. The jail plans to include data elements related to the number of seriously mentally ill incarcerated individuals, as well as the number of those participating in the Early Access and Stabilization Services, or EASE, and the Jail-Based Competency Treatment Program, and Medication-Assisted Treatment Program. Collaborative work underway designed to support diversion of appropriate individuals include the Public Defender's Holistic Reentry, Early Access, and Diversion Program, or READY. READY launched in January, and its reach is being expanded as it quickly becomes fully established. We are acutely aware of the need to identify an expansion plan for South County. We also just launched a pilot for the Rapid Diversion Program last week in North County. We're very excited about this program's potential, and especially in its ability to leverage the work of READY. Rapid Diversion is a truly collaborative effort involving the district attorney, public defender, Be Well, and probation that will streamline and expedite diversion for certain individuals with mental health challenges. The expansion of alternative sentencing is already underway. Since October, an increase of 30% has been achieved, and they are on track to increase and meet the projected increase of 50% by November of this year. CalAIM planning is also underway, and the Sheriff's Office has met all of the preliminary timelines, and their implementation plan has been approved by the state. This initiative will allow the jail to expand healthcare and reentry services, as well as offset these costs with Medi-Cal. The departments are working diligently to align their CalAIM work with the stipulated agreement requirements, the jail population reduction strategies, mobile crisis benefit, incompetent to stand trial reduction efforts, and overall system improvements such as data sharing and other efficiencies. It is anticipated to address many current issues related to the provision of healthcare services to individuals in custody and those transitioning back to the community by expanding eligibility criteria for Medi-Cal services, provision of certain services 90 days prior to release, such as assessment and treatment planning, medication-assisted treatment, and care coordination, as well as enhanced care management to provide support and linkages to all Medi-Cal benefits, community supports such as housing services, mandated facilitated referral and linkage to behavioral health services at release, and much more. Which takes us to the updated sequential intercept map, or SIM. The SIM effort has significant overlap with the jail population management strategies, as it details how individuals with behavioral health challenges come into contact with and move through the criminal justice system by mapping available community resources, additional services, and diversionary opportunities at each point of contact, while also identifying service gaps. Since fall of 2023, a series of facilitated meetings have been held to gather input from subject matter experts and community members on updating our SIM. An updated SIM is now available on the county website and is linked in the board letter attached to this presentation. In the coming months, more detail will be added to continue to improve the SIM's utility and interactivity, including the use of embedded links to allow easy access to more specific program information. Oftentimes, launching new programs and initiatives takes longer than anticipated, and the data compilation takes longer than projected. However, as you can see, the efforts underway are numerous and varied, and all of the impacted departments are managing multiple critical objectives. I want to acknowledge the many staff that are actively engaged and collaborating towards these common goals. They are working very closely, and despite differing perspectives, they have greater communication, coordination, and collaboration. I want to acknowledge not only the departments, but also the grand jury and the advocates who are working very closely with us to push improvements forward, identify new opportunities to achieve better outcomes for our incarcerated population. Department representatives are here today and are available to answer your questions. The recommended actions are reiterated on this last slide, and that concludes our presentation.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair Levin. You know, there's so much to try to unpack here, so I'm going to start with just some questions about the process to help get us going here. And I just want to first acknowledge you, Assistant CEO Heitman, for all of the work. And there's probably, if you counted all the departments and advocates and stakeholders in here, it would be too many to count. So this represents a huge undertaking, and I want to start also by thanking the grand jury. But I've heard loud and clear from this board, as the newest 32nd member of Frapwell's tenure, that this board wants more oversight over the contract. And so I know the recommendation number 4, I'm starting at the end, is about the annual report and the contract. And I just want to get a sense, are we getting to alignment? Because ideally, in a governance position that we're in, a report would come before a contract renewal. But where are we in that sync of I know today we're responding to the grand jury, also approving a contract because we're up against a wall in terms of a deadline. But when is the annual report that is also required, and a recommendation from the grand jury, when does that come?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, My understanding is that the annual report is anticipated to come to your board in August. And yes, you are correct that we ideally would have the annual report coming to your board before the contract is coming to you for extension or approval. I would hope that this would be something that we can target as part of the RFP process, so that once that new award is given, that we not only require the annual report, but we make it a little bit more clear as to when we want it. And then at the end of the day, it's still up to probation and the sheriff to manage that. At this point, it is entirely possible for them to bring that item to your board, even if for some reason there were delays in the materials from Wellpath. We have a wealth of information that the sheriff has at their disposal, probation has at their disposal, and public health and Be Well have available that could be brought to your board. I feel confident Wellpath or any vendor would want to get their annual report in on time and brought to your board. So it's not a matter of believing that they're not going to perform it. I just want to make it clear that it's not all in their control. It is the contract administrators that bring that item before you. But currently they are planning to bring it in August.
So, okay, so thank you for explaining that the plan is for the sheriff's department to bring it to us in August. So we're getting closer to it being in sync than we were last year, I understand.
That's correct.
Okay. I had a question too about finding number 2 on the vacancy rates. If you can speak to just more specifically the new positions that the board funded in public health for medical oversight and how that's been helpful. What's been the process so far?
The Supervisor Capps, through the chair, I want to clarify the new positions that we'll be adding as part of the extension.
Yes, I believe so.
How we anticipate they will add to the contract. I would invite Commander Sullivan to respond to that, as he's more familiar with how those positions are going to be utilized.
Good morning, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. The additional positions that we'll be discussing, hopefully in the next item, we expect there to be significant improvements in nursing care. There's going to be additional nursing positions provided. There will be psych techs, which will hopefully be able to assist with some of the mental health potential vacancies at the Northern Branch Jail or the care provided at the Northern Branch Jail. And then there's also a facility coordinator, which will increase supervision at the Northern Branch Jail, which has been somewhat of an issue at times, and a few other positions that I'll be happy to outline with the slide deck, unless you have any other questions.
Thank you. That's good for now. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I have not yet in 8 years seen a response to a grand jury report that is so full of agrees and we will implement. And, you know, obviously that sometimes comes from the way that these reports are required to do, right? That small disagreements mean that we still have to say we disagree partially. But, and so in this case, I think there's, the positive thing is that we are in strong alignment with the concerns of the grand jury and taking appropriate actions, which I think is great. And it is an example of the board and our departments and the sheriff's office working closely to be constructive in how we handle this. So that's really good. Of course, it could also be interpreted that the level of agreement is because of how bad the situation is. That's another way to view it. I mean, how can I just ask which are true? You know, you know, I would love your comment. And that's both of you.
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, you know, I do think in some respects both are true. The grand jury our community, the advocates, the criminal justice partners, the sheriff's department have been on a journey together. And this has been an effort over a number of years to make some systems improvements, not only in terms of the Wellpath contract, but the overall coordination and level of care in the jail. Your board has been on that journey with us and has supported the moves that we've made, such as adding the additional staff to public health. So I believe there's a certain amount of alignment because we're going through this process together. And as issues have been raised, whether it's through our own review, our own concerns, or through those of the grand jury, we've attempted to respond to them as quickly as possible.
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, I would echo her comments as well. I think now more than ever, we're seeing much more collaboration between all public safety departments, the community members, the grand jury, and your board. And I think we're all attempting to work in the same direction to identify those issues as well as correct them. And I think we're on a good path towards that. I don't think it's easy to do all that once. So that's why we'll be talking in the next item about kind of a gradual approach to phasing some of this in.
And I think at our last meeting, the settlement funds from the opioid settlement being another example of how to handle one of the bigger issues that was brought up at the forum. This board and public health trying to fulfill a promise made to the sheriff of how we can help with the issues.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, I'm looking at the sheriff's response to the finding 2. A lack of accounting within the sheriff's office did not acknowledge Wellpath staffing shortfalls, which exceeded the agreed upon 2% vacancy level. The response is hard for me to understand. It goes on to say, over the course of the contract with Wellpath, changes were made to the contractual staffing obligations, the measurement of compliance, and staffing shortfall remedies. So this was particularly influenced by COVID and the early opening of the Northern Branch Jail. That really puzzled me. These and other factors resulted in a degree of confusion and disagreement as to the low vacancy rate, how it should be calculated, and credits applied. So the sheriff believes, the office believes that during the first year they were meeting that, but there's disagreement about how it should be calculated, evidently. So in October of 23, the office conducted a review of Wellpath staffing reports for the first 6 months of that term, and Wellpath reported aggregate hours. So after further review, we had to, ask Wellpath for more granular data, and now you're in the process of studying this staffing data. It's nearing completion, and it will result in a formal standard process for receiving and analyzing the data. So in other words, it sounds like a method by which you calculate whether there are staffing shortfalls or not has not yet been developed and agreed upon. At least that's how I read this. And I'm sort of scratching my head about that.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. At the time, I believe, of the sheriff's response to this grand jury report, the contract language around section 17.2 of the statement of work, which is the service level reductions, had not been formally agreed to by Wellpath and the sheriff's office and probation in administering this contract. It is included as part of the next item. And the language is in there that outlines exactly how these credits will be calculated and what we expect the contractor to provide in order to properly calculate those. But I think it's just a timing issue of when this response was issued by the sheriff's office and subsequent negotiations for a tentative agreement that would come before your board.
So we now do have an agreed upon methodology. And is that something that public health or the sheriff or both will be monitoring?
Supervisor Hartman, that would be the sheriff's office and probation's responsibility to monitor.
Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, because I wanted to understand, again, my question is sort of sequencing. So the health staffing analysis is I can't pronounce it, Avosit Consulting.
Avocet.
So that hasn't started yet, or that has started? I just want to make sure that if we have vacancy issues and sort of lack of data, we've contracted someone to help with that. Has that happened already, or is it about to happen?
Supervisor Capps, Avocet issued their first report in spring of last year, and they're currently working through their subsequent report. So staffing analysis in correctional facilities for either healthcare or custody are incredibly complicated. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot of different events that occur throughout the shifts and at different times of day. And so it's taken a lot of work to really drill down, which has been complicated even more by the facility in the main jail and just the difficulty of moving patients around that facility and providing health care in that facility. And so it's taken extensive amounts of work, both on our staff, Wellpath, and the contractor Avocet, to really drill down and identify what positions they feel are needed or required to meet the remedial plan.
But you feel, I know, Mr. Sullivan, you feel you're very on top of these things, but you feel good about this contract, the one with the vacancy consulting firm about staffing? You feel that we're
yes,
making progress?
I would say that any staffing analysis is probably not going to be 100% accurate. You're not going to be able to just plug those staff in. You need staff to be productive. You need escorts to move them. You need a lot of things to fall in line for whatever recommendations we implement to make sure that it meets the care. And I think that's a lot of what we'll be working on in the RFP, is trying to drill down to the actual standards of care more so than the actual number of positions. Because there may be instances where certain companies or even Wellpath could do more with less. I know that sounds ironic, but sometimes you can. If the stars align and everybody's working in the same fashion and rowing in the same direction, we can get more done. But I think it's a good analysis. I think a lot of work has gone into it, and we're hopeful that the final report will be coming to us any day, and we'll start to implement those recommendations.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, if I could interject, I just want to make sure that it's clear that the Avocet report is an analysis to determine what level of staffing and what type of staffing is needed. They were not retained and are not involved in any of the credit issues and any determinations about staffing deficiencies in the past. So the Avocet report will guide us in terms of what positions should be added, but it will remain a responsibility of sheriff and probation as part of the monthly invoicing process to ensure that they validate whether they received the full complement of staff that is required under the contract, and ensure the credits are properly applied each month.
I see the distinction. It's quite complicated. How many staff are we talking about, just in terms of rough ballpark?
How many staff are recommended in the Avocet report? Or how many staff do we have currently?
Yeah, we are dealing with healthcare in our jail. To zoom out a little bit here.
Healthcare staffing in the jail currently, let me find my notes here.
Because it sounds like it would be
Is over 50 individuals.
How many?
I'm hearing 56.1. I don't have the number in front of me.
56 people total, roughly.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, Wellpath reports that they are currently funded for 56 FTEs.
Okay, so again, the report is looking at sort of, what's the future? What are the health needs of inmates? What is the trajectory, as opposed to identifying the gaps and the vacancies that were not accounted for correctly in terms of billing?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, that is absolutely correct. Keeping in mind that we have had a level of staffing based on what we contracted with, but since that time, the stipulated agreement has come in and identified areas where we're required to increase services. We're required to provide a higher level of care than was originally contracted for. Medication-assisted treatment is an example of that. When that contract was first sent out to bid, the stipulated agreement wasn't in place and we didn't have the same requirements. So Averset has looked at all of the requirements under the stipulated agreement as well as all of the standards of care through our accreditation, our state regulatory agencies, and analyzed that and said, okay, in order to achieve all of those outcomes, this is the level of staff that we recommend you have. And then we have to monitor it to make sure that it is delivered once it's contracted.
Okay, quite complex. Thank you for explaining it to me.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this matter?
Chair Levanino, members of the board, we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to remain here in Santa Barbara with Diana Sandoval. Diana?
Dear Chair, members of the board, since we're discussing the grand jury, oversight, and justice, I am Diana Sandoval, and once again, I stand before you to discuss the ongoing injustice regarding my property and the county's disregard for regulations and my legal rights. Supervisor Williams, as my representative, I sent you an email this morning requesting a meeting to discuss planning and development's continued refusal to enforce regulations. This has resulted in the theft of my land and an ongoing violation of my constitutional rights. I urgently request your assistance in resolving this matter. This ordeal began when Inspector Carl Lindbergh decided to break protocol, allowing construction to resume a year after the violation on a red tag and without permits. Due to his negligence, my neighbor was allowed to rebuild an illegal structure on my land outside of the easement. Not only did planning and development facilitate the taking of my land, but they also allowed the reconstruction of an unsafe bridge.
Ms. Sandoval?
Deemed so far.
We're going to just go finish up.
Oh, thank you.
Hold off just for a second.
Not only did planning and development facilitate the taking of my land, but they also allowed the reconstruction of the unsafe bridge, deemed so by 4 independent engineers, on my property, forcing me to assume the liability. So not only did the county steal my land, you are now forcing my property to be liable for the unsafe bridge, as it's outside of the easement. This violation was compounded by a complete disregard for permitting procedures, culminating in an outright theft of my property with an over-the-counter permit and that the county decided to issue after abating the violation with no permits. The county's response is disappointing. The director has offered apologies for the numerous mistakes, but refuses to take any meaningful action to correct the situations. Apologies are not enough. I demand the return of my stolen land. I want to specifically address County Council. Your role is to advise your client. Planning and development, I respectfully request you counsel them to cease their violation of my constitutional rights. On June 14th, I submitted an appeal to the director's decision to exempt the bridge from all zoning permits. As you're aware, the director attempted to preemptively reject my appeal without even reviewing its contents. This is a violation of due process and a clear indication of the county's bad faith. Furthermore, despite multiple requests, the director and planning development have failed to provide clear procedural information regarding the appeal process. For the record, I will not stop until my stolen land is returned to me and the unsafe bridge abutments are addressed. Even the neighbor's engineer included plans for repairing the broken abutments, which they did not complete per plan because of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife requires an LSA. I urge the Board of Supervisors to please intervene, hold planning and development accountable. I demand a fair and impartial review of my appeal of the director's decision, and I demand the return of my stolen land.
Okay, Ms. Sandoval, that had nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. So in the future, I let you go this time, but in the future, you can only come to public comment. That's a general public comment, or if we're discussing your case. Okay, so trying to rope this in under the Wellpath contract, I'm not going to let that happen in the future, just FYI.
Got it.
Okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right.
That concludes
so
public comment on this item.
There's no other public comment? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion, deliberation, wrap up. Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Supervisor Williams started with, is just to, I haven't also seen a grand jury report that we agree with so many of the recommendations. We're already doing some of them, and I just need to acknowledge that because, again, these are tough, thorny issues of healthcare in our jail, and I appreciate all the coming together on this topic. I guess I could make a motion with that approval.
Go ahead and I'll second and add a comment.
Okay, so I will make a motion. I don't have the items in front of me, but all of them related to this item 6.
Make it official here with it's A through D.
And I will second, and I just wanted to say, this is very complex, and oftentimes when grand juries get involved in things like this, they're at a level of generality that they aren't all that helpful, but this report has been extraordinarily valuable, and just wanted to put my comments in how important the grand jury is. It really does hold us all accountable, and this is a really fine example of that.
And continuing upon that theme, I will just say that, while I think that a team of ordinary citizens pointing out things sometimes gets it wrong, and I've vocally said that before, it's also important that they get it right sometimes, and this one was really spot on and really important to help us and the community get to a better place. And so it is important flaws in the execution of the Wellpath contract that were pointed out by the grand jury, and that it is good news that both the Board of Supervisors and the Sheriff's Office is taking steps, substantial steps, to ameliorate those problems.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to move to departmental item number 5. Is that correct? Yes, the Wellpath agreement. Can you please read that into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office and the Probation Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a 7th amendment to the agreement with California Forensic Medical Group, CFMG, Wellpath, for the provision of medical and mental health services.
All right. Who's taking us home here?
All right.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, Chair Lavanino. Members of the board, thank you. I'm Custody Commander Ryan Sullivan on behalf of the Sheriff's Office. I'm joined by Chief Financial and Administrative Officer Damon Fletcher from Probation. We also have county partners here from CEO's Office, County Council, Public Health, as well as Be Well, who have been instrumental in helping us negotiate this extension to the contract. As I mentioned in a previous meeting, we've held probably close to 100 meetings between county partners internally discussing what we want to do with the contract and how we negotiate with our vendor, Wellpath, as well as some meetings with Wellpath to iron out some of these details. Hundreds and hundreds of hours of work have gone into this process, and we think we have a very good extension to the contract to present to you today. I also want to recognize our partners from Wellpath. Our Health Services Administrator, Bailey Fogata, is here, as well as Brian Smith and Heather Berry from Wellpath as well. We couldn't have gotten to this agreement without them, obviously. I'll run through a few background items and kind of how we got here. But the Wellpath contract for health and mental health services at the jail facilities and for health services only at probation began on April 1st, 2017. There have been 5 previous amendments to this original agreement since then. You will note that there is no 3rd amendment. That was a labeling error on, I believe, our part, so apologize for that. It adds to the confusion of a very complicated contract already. But the first amendment was particularly related to the inclusion of the Northern Branch Jail, which in May of 2020 we believed was going to open any day now. It ended up being almost 2 years later that we opened it, but we were at a very high compliance rate of construction that we felt we needed to move this to your board's attention very quickly. The second amendment was to include the jail-based competency treatment program, and that was in July of 2020. The program ultimately started in November of 2020, a few months later. The fourth amendment was an addition of 6.9 FTE to support the Murray settlement, which occurred. The Murray settlement was finalized in between that second and fourth amendment. The Fifth Amendment was primarily a CPI increase, and the Sixth Amendment came to your board in May for a 3-month extension with no change to terms and staffing while we worked through the negotiations on this current extension. So one of the things I like to say is that, we've talked a lot about criminal justice improvements and things that we'd like to change, and we are changing, but none of this happens in a vacuum. There are factors and things that are occurring every day that change the landscape in which we operate within the jails as well as in the community. In September of 2019, we partnered with Wellpath to provide medication-assisted treatment program at the main jail. We've had several improvements and increases in the program since then, but that's when the program started. And then in November of 2020, I mentioned that we opened the jail-based competency treatment program in partnership with Wellpath that currently serves 8 to 10 individuals at a time and has been running nonstop since then. In February 2021, the court granted final approval of the stipulated judgment in the Murray case. And then in January of 22, we opened and operated the Northern Branch Jail. In July of last year, we opened behavioral health units, which we currently have 5 operating now. And that provides a much more extensive level of service and much more time intensive for staff to be able to provide that level of service. And then as we discussed just briefly in the last presentation, the first report of the Avocet staffing analysis was completed last April, with the second report expected to be finalized any day. This is a quick summary of the financials of the Seventh Amendment to the agreement. So this is a term of 9 months for this contract extension. The year-over-year increase is a little over $2.3 million. If you take the full year and basically take the 3-month extension that your board already approved and tack that on as a full contract year, that's what the financial looks like. As far as modifications to the agreement, one of the big things that happened in the probation arena was the closure of the Los Prietos Boys Camp and the movement of all future juveniles to the Juvenile Justice Center. In this modification, or in this agreement, we have modified the liquidated damages provisions for staffing vacancies. So if a staffing vacancy exists for more than 30 days, there is a liquidated damage associated with that of $200 per day per position, in which the contractor is unable to keep a staff position filled. There's enhanced language around Section 17.2, which is the payment reductions for staffing shortfalls, which we briefly discussed. And really, to Supervisor Hartman's question, it was making sure that the rationale was understandable and the methodology was understandable to anybody that picked up that contract, that if they picked it up, they could look at it, go line by line, and figure out exactly how to do the payment reductions for staffing shortfalls. But essentially, that provision is related to if a staff member is out sick or doesn't show up for whatever reason, the hours that that staff member was supposed to provide by their position is credited back to the county, so that we are recouping the money that we would have spent on that service. Another significant addition to or modification to this agreement is that the jail-based competency treatment and early access stabilization services have been removed from this contract. They will be coming to your board in the next few weeks, hopefully, as separate contracts with under California Health and Recovery Solutions, which is a subsidiary of Wellpath. And then the addition of 16.6 FTE to improve healthcare services and achieve greater compliance with the Murray settlement. This is the slide indicating the additional positions. And so a significant increase in nursing staff, and this is primarily going to help with medication delivery, especially addition or increases to the medication-assisted treatment program at the Northern Branch Jail. We currently have 0 wait list at the main jail for people that are seeking medication-assisted treatment, and that's a huge improvement in our efforts to ensure that everybody has access to these important medications. The addition of 2 FTE psychiatric technicians, which will assist with our with Wellpath's ability to monitor and keep tabs on the individuals with mental illness in the jails. 2 FTE discharge planning liaisons to assist with our discharge planning efforts. These have become increasingly important as Cal-AIM rolls around the corner and we have to provide discharge plans for every individual. 2 FTE medical assistants to be able to assist the providers with drawing labs or helping with appointments, a 1.0 FTE nurse practitioner to be able to support some of the increase in needs for medications. So in order to be prescribed a medication in the facilities, you need to be ordered a prescription by the provider. So we needed additional provider capability to be able to handle that. As I mentioned in the previous item, an addition of 1 facility coordinator to supervise staff at the Northern Branch Jail. Currently, our director of nursing for Wellpath bounces between both sites, and that's somewhat inefficient, and she can't be there at both facilities all the time. So that will significantly improve our Wellpath's ability to provide care, we believe. Addition of 1.5 mental health clinicians to support those within suffering from mental illness. An addition of 1 FTE substance use disorder counselor. This is a similar situation in which we currently have 1 substance use disorder counselor to handle all of the individuals on the medication-assisted treatment program, and that counselor currently bounces back and forth between the 2 facilities, which are over an hour apart. So the idea with this is that there would be 1 counselor stationed at each jail, and they would be responsible for the individuals in that jail. And then a addition of 0.4 FTE medical records clerk, and that's really primarily to keep up with the medical records requests, the coordination of medications, things of that nature. As far as anticipated improvements with staffing enhancements, I kind of touched on some of these already, but increased medical coordination for discharge planning services, which is especially important with CalAIM, expansion of the MAP program, increased provision of counseling to patients in the MAP program, improvements in medication delivery, supervisory oversight, decreased patient wait times for provider visits, that's very important as well, and then increased clinical interactions in the behavioral health units. As far as our next steps, assuming this contract is approved, we would continue to partner with Wellpath to make meaningful progress in the Murray settlement. We're going to continue our work with Public Health and BeWell to continue to improve our MAC CQI meetings and auditing to ensure corrective action plans correct the identified deficiencies appropriately. We'll work with Public Health to help onboard those positions that your board authorized to help oversee the clinical aspects of the contract. And then we are working on the request for proposals for healthcare services to begin services on April 1st, 2025 currently. And as Assistant CEO Heitman mentioned, we are on a very aggressive timeline for that. A lot of work has already gone into it, but we have a lot more coming as well. And then we will work with Wellpath and our county partners to implement CalAIM, which is going to be another significant project to implement. As far as recommended actions, I'll end on this slide, but you see our recommended actions here for this approval of the 9-month agreement. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, this is a much improved contract, and is it Commander Sullivan? Really appreciate all of your work. I feel like it's now kind of under one mind that is understanding the whole and making sure that it's all working together. We heard earlier today from SEIU 721 about the issues associated with a high staff turnover, that at its most basic, people aren't as effective and efficient. They got to be learning the job. And I don't expect that to be something that we use in the contract evaluation, but is there any measure of that we could be looking at?
I don't know that we have any data at the Sheriff's Office. I'm sure Wellpath has some data on that, but that's something we could definitely drill into and look into. I know it's incredibly difficult with turnover in jail facilities, especially because of the complexities of working in a jail and the environment.
Right, but I think it is something that's important. Again, a well-oiled machine, people who are working together know the procedures. It's hard when you're coming in and you got a lot of new people all the time. So I think that would be something, if you can figure out some way at least to track it, to reward people who stay. I know we don't have that direct authority over the contract, but just that we're monitoring that. It matters to us. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I do think, even as I'll acknowledge that I've been a critic of the previous contract. This is much improved. I particularly like the building in of the payment reduction and liquidated damages. Does the math add up with those? So just like war game me, if staffing continues to be poor, say 60%, do we recoup 40% of the contract amount between those two mechanisms?
Supervisor Williams, through the chairs, it's pretty complex. I think I would need a specific example, but for example, if they had a position that was vacant in excess of the 30 days, if it were vacant for another 30 days on top of that, the liquidated damages provision of $200 per day would add up to, what? My math is funky here. 6,000, that's what I was thinking, but thank you, Damon. That's why I have the financial guy with me here. Appreciate it. But $6,000 on top of, the credit back of the hours that they missed. So assuming that they didn't cover every single hour that position was vacant with a per diem or an overtime person, I think it's financially incentivizing the contractor to provide those staff members and to try to get those positions filled. And I do want to say, it's not that they're sitting here, not trying to fill positions. Staffing correctional facilities is incredibly difficult. And with healthcare and mental health professionals right now, you can pretty much go wherever you want and potentially do telehealth from your house if you want to. So it's a difficult task trying to get people to come want to work in a jail.
Yeah, I acknowledge that, though the same contractor seems to have a better ability to staff in some counties where there are penalties. So I guess that's just natural, that if you're going to lose the money, if you don't staff, your institution is going to be more ready to staff appropriately. That's, I think the analysis of the CEO's office too is that is a roughly equivalent amount. And I think that's important because the principle that taxpayers shouldn't be paying twice for the same service, I think is just important for us to maintain in the provisions of the contract. So tell me, I like the idea that we're having more staffing to provide really the services that we ought to, but I guess always my caveat is, if we know it's hard to staff in this realm, and we haven't been able to staff previously, why do we think we'll be able to staff the additional positions too?
Supervisor Williams, one thing I failed to mention during this presentation is that, we took the Avocet staffing report and the draft that we have, and we kind of matched that up with what we thought we could potentially fund, and bring to your board for approval, but also what we thought Wellpath could sufficiently staff up. And so there were additional positions that we particularly left off that we've seen lower levels of staffing compliance with, and that's particularly around the mental health clinicians. There are additional mental health clinicians that were recommended or maybe recommended in that final report that we chose not to include in this agreement or extension because we felt that they were more difficult to fill at times. And so we focused a lot on the nursing care, which seems to be an area where Wellpath has a very good compliance with providing nursing staff and filling those positions, especially filling the hours.
And if there are some mental health positions that you would like to be filled, that you didn't think that you could get filled, and therefore didn't include them in the contract, why not try another party? Does this contract preclude you from doing that?
Supervisor Williams, this has been a concerted effort since early this year and probably late last year when we brought the last extension back to your board. We wanted to be prudent about how we did this. We didn't want to, just separate from our provider, Wellpath, who we, has provided excellent service in many instances, and just jump to a different provider. We wanted to go through the option of being able to provide them with additional staffing, which we felt they needed, they felt they needed, in order to provide an increased level of care, and then methodically work through a request for proposals process that would allow them to bid, as well as any other vendor that wanted to come forward. We didn't want to make a rash decision and say, we're going to move on or try to find somebody else to fill this gap. We wanted to be able to provide them with the resources that we felt they needed and they felt they needed in order to improve their care, and then go out to RFP in a much more thorough, analyzed method based on the staffing recommendation or the staffing analysis report, based on what we know about CalAIM, based on the community and board input we've had, as well as some of the grand jury input we've had. So there's been a lot of things that are all working together to time this so that we can hopefully go out to a very thorough RFP for whichever provider ultimately wins that award.
So I'm taking away that you feel that going with a third or a second, I don't know what to call it, a third party or a second party, another private contractor to supplement in one category would be damaging to the relationship with Wellpath and therefore probably not the best avenue. Is that?
Supervisor Williams, I would say it'd be more damaging to the clients because the coordination of care may not be there. When you have two vendors that are competing against each other, potentially pointing fingers, it could create a damaging situation for the individuals in our care. And I think it's better with one coordinated provider that is providing all aspects of care.
And what about just doing it a supplement ourselves? I mean, you do have another party sitting behind you that is also part of the county family that has clinicians, and obviously she would need the lead time to be able to have sufficient staffing too, because it's not easy to staff those kind of positions. But if there are holes that we know exist that we don't think will be staffed, shouldn't that be an option too?
Supervisor Williams, I can say I'm definitely open to considering that, but I would have to hear from the county partners as well.
Great. Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. And again, Commander Sullivan, this is a more productive conversation. I appreciate it than we've had in the past. And so, although I do want to go on record that I would feel much more comfortable about approving a contract if we had the annual report. It just seems that's the more prudent and good governance way to approach these. Okay, but I do want to ask you, because we did have a report in March about medical grievances spiking quite significantly since 2020. Makes some sense. We had a pandemic, but I'm just wondering, with these new 16 positions, how do they align with areas of grievance? If you can help those of us that are on the outside to answer that and kind of understand, are we addressing areas of common grievance amongst our inmates?
Supervisor Capps, typically the biggest grievance driver for medical is medications. And sometimes access to care if they're not being seen in a timely manner. And so with the addition of nursing positions, we expect those grievances to decrease somewhat. The total number of grievances is not always indicative of the level of care provided. Sometimes inmates submit grievances that are unfounded. It's more making sure that the grievances that we determine are founded, in which the complainant was actually correct about the improper care being provided. Those are the grievances that really rise to our scrutiny, and we really want to dig deeper into. Obviously, if you get increases in grievance, that's concerning, but it's not always indicative of lack of care or poor quality of care. Sometimes one individual can submit 20, 30, 40 grievances at a time.
So maybe you can elaborate. I'm putting you on the spot with an example of something that you feel has been moving in the right direction in terms of a level of a type of service, or, I mean, I know we're about to provide a lot more service when it comes to medically assisted treatment for those who are addicted to opioids, but is there something else that you can elaborate on that would give us a real life example?
I think that's probably the best example, Supervisor Capps, is the medication assisted treatment program. We went from, I want to say, 30 or 40 on the MAT program last year to, I think we're over 100.
Yeah, and I remember, thank you, in our workshop in April, which I appreciate your participation, and I think you kind of shocked everybody with how long the wait list was. I don't recall the number, but maybe you can speak to that wait list at this point.
The wait list, there is no wait list at the main jail for the medication assisted treatment program. They have everybody that's eligible and wants to participate in that program is enrolled. At the main jail, or at the Northern Branch Jail, excuse me, I think there's approximately 40 individuals that are not being served that are on the wait list. And so we anticipate with the additional nursing positions, the additional provider, and the substance use disorder counselor that those individuals would be enrolled in a
That's
more timely
progress since
fashion.
April, so thank you. Thank you, Chair.
How about Supervisor Nelson? Any questions?
Yes, thank you. Yes, sorry. Thank you, Chair Lavanino. I was able to watch both presentations on my way, or listen to them on the way up to Santa Maria.
I was going to say,
my
you might want to be careful about that unless you had somebody driving you, Bob. So
I listened.
Okay.
There, yep. Got to be safety first. Well, I appreciate the questions from especially Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Williams about the compliance side of things. I wanted to hear from Commander Sullivan. These initial audits that have been done for the credits, what have the findings been at this point of what we're talking about as far as potential credits and for amount of period of time that you guys have looked back at?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we're currently working on the last contract year, which is April 1st of 23 to March 31st of 24. I think we've rectified 5 of the 12 months so far, and we're just waiting on the additional documentation for the remaining 7 months.
So the potential credits for those 5 months?
Supervisor Nelson, I believe the potential credits for those 5 months is somewhere in the ballpark of $200,000.
That's what I thought. So then it's fairly troubling if you think about that. That's about $40,000 a month in excess payments to Wellpath over the life of this contract. So we're just talking this year alone, potentially $500,000. Why aren't we looking back further? Obviously, we paid Wellpath for services that they didn't provide, and it seems that would be prudent for us to be asking for them to potentially credit back the county those dollars, especially since even the $40,000 a month that you're seeing now happened after the greater amount of scrutiny that we've had over their contract. So I would assume that in the past with less scrutiny that there may have not been as much motivation for Wellpath to have those positions filled. So I think that those you might find those to have been open even further. It seems that to be perverse incentives for us to continue to pay somebody to leave spots open and for them to take those funds, those taxpayer funds, and not provide the services that they paid for. So I guess the question was, why aren't we going back further?
Supervisor Nelson, we focused our efforts on the last contract year, and we wanted to rectify that and then ensure that the contract extension that's before you has the methodology laid out so that we're appropriately calculating that moving forward. But I can take that back, and we can consider going back further if that's the board's direction or desire.
Yeah, it's definitely my direction was to go back as far back as we're legally allowed to. I understand it's ultimately up to the sheriff. It's your guys' contract, but I would maybe potentially even direct staff to do the audit so that we could actually at least know the amount that we paid to Wellpath without receiving those services, whether we recoup that or not. I think that's something that all of us would be valuable information.
I'd be in strong agreement with that. I mean, I just think that it would improve our trust if we vigorously pursued that. Taxpayers should get what they paid for, and just because we come to an agreement on a contract doesn't mean that we can't look back, right?
Supervisor Hartman.
While I agree in principle, if we don't agree on methodology and there's a lot of discrepancy about how to measure, it could be a lot of wasted time.
If I could
go ahead,
jump in for a second. We're looking back to this last year with a methodology that we now agree upon, even though it's not in the contract. So I would just ask that we use the same methodology that we've used this year prior to this contract extension. This methodology has found potentially up to about $500,000 in overpayments. So that's why I think that that's worthwhile for us to do.
Huh. You know, I'm kind of in between on this one. Because it's interesting, because today is the first time that I feel like we're actually moving in the right direction. And there's a lot of momentum going forward. And I want to give Commander Sullivan a lot of credit for that, because we finally have somebody that has like the intricate knowledge of the contract, but also knows how the day-to-day works at the jail, and is able to come to our board and answer a lot of questions that we really haven't had answers to in the past. And to the point where, while he's talking, I actually see the advocates smiling and shaking their heads yes, which we never had before between the Sheriff's Department and advocates. So I understand the implications, you know, of what we may have overpaid for in the past with I guess what we would use it for, though, is what I'm kind of curious about. Is we found out, you know, is that to know what it is so that when we move forward, I just feel like we have now a contract that I feel confident about, that we're going to be able to recoup those losses moving forward. Clawing back is always difficult. It's a lot of time. I guess I'm not opposed to it. I don't really know what we can do with that information except try to make Wellpath look bad, I guess, because I don't know. We can't require them to, I don't think we'd be able to require them to reimburse us for that. Supervisor Nelson, do you have a way to convince me that?
Yeah, Chair Levin, you know, my hope was that they would reimburse us to whatever statutory allowance that was allowed by the contract law. You know, if they haven't fulfilled their contract, I don't think that's a bad thing for us to be able to ask for them to credit us what we were due as part of that contract. I don't think just because we sign a new contract that buries the previous contract compliance. So I'm just...
Yeah, I think it's something to discuss.
I'm not going for a mulligan. You know, if we can only go back 2 years legally, then we'll go back 2 years legally. You know, it's what, 7 years into the contract or 5 years into the contract, whatever it is. I don't know if we have that authority, and it might be good for the thought exercise to know how far back some of those problems were. But my main focus is, I mean, we're talking potentially, you know, millions of dollars that we might be able to use to actually go back towards jail medical, right? I mean, we've probably likely made you know, well over $1 million in overpayment to Wellpath, and that's real money. That's worth asking about. You know, I don't think it's fair for us just to say, hey, we're on. I understand we're on a good path, and I'm excited about that. But I do think that there's been revenue that Wellpath has realized that they didn't have to do the work for, and that's not something I can, you know, just turn a blind eye to.
Okay, Supervisor Hartman and then Capps.
I just wonder if County Council had any opinion about the legality or anything in contract law, anything that might help us understand what we could benefit from by doing this.
Members of the board, Supervisor Hartman. So generally, when there's a disagreement over contract, whether payment or terms, we recommend engaging in a meet and confer first.
I'm sorry, engaging in?
A meet and confer, or just a discussion, which is what the Sheriff's Office has been doing for at least part of the past year in 2023. And then the contract actually provides that they're going to do meet and confer on the remainder of that 2023 year. So that's already part of this contract that we'll do that. But there's also a no waiver provision in the contract. So we are able to engage in discussions going further back if the board would like to. Hopefully we would be able to reach some kind of a agreement rather than having any kind of dispute.
Okay. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something where we're mutually agreeing on, you know, I don't want to get into a super confrontational situation that we've found ourselves in with other government agencies when they attempt to claw back. So it's not a recipe for moving forward as partners. But I also understand Supervisor Nelson's point that we want to get what we paid for and get our money back. So
there's a fine balance in there, and I want to find that to where we're mutually looking back and agreeing on a path. Supervisor Capps.
I think you summarized it well, of finding that balance, and if I think it's worthy endeavor to find out how much we could be reimbursed, how far back. If there's potential there, I'd be all for going back as far as we can.
Okay, and I don't know how to capsulize that into some direction, because I don't know how far back we want to go, or if we want to go back. Why don't we get an update? So you're working on 2023 right now, right?
Chair Lavanino, luckily not me personally, but Sheriff's Office, yes.
Okay, so how about when we get that report, and that's going to come back to us as a report at some point? Or I guess we can ask it to come back as a report, and when it does come back as a report, then we can take that as a time to basically decide if we want to continue to mine that field. Is that acceptable, Supervisor Nelson?
Chair Lavanino, yes, it is. And hopefully that some of the work can be done between now and then to kind of have understand a little bit of the scope of what that's looking like. I mean, we don't need exact numbers or full audits, but giving us a range of what that might yield could be valuable.
Yep. Okay. Very good. Sounds like we're all in agreement. And we do have a public speaker. Let's go to the public first. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's get County Council to weigh in on that.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I just wanted to clarify, rather than having a separate item, you could have it when the annual report comes back.
Okay, let's do that. When the annual report comes, we'll expect to hear back on 23, and then we'll talk about years prior. Okay, public speaker, please.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, yes, we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to remain here in Santa Barbara with Maureen Earls. Maureen?
Good afternoon. Our CLUE and League of Women Voters mission includes protecting people from harmful health deficiency within the criminal justice system. And today I'd like to address the jail health care Wellpath contract, both its improvements and its needs. Today we appreciate the board and the county leadership for focusing on county jail health care oversight as an improvement. We are hopeful, following communications with Wellpath and Commander Ryan Sullivan's team in our jail visit, that we will continue to collaborate and that the Wellpath contract will move us toward a common goal. The revised Wellpath contract before you today is an important step forward. We support 4 successes in the contract. 1, it addresses the July 2023 Murray case interim jail measures requiring improvements in drug and alcohol monitoring, access to mental health care, staffing, and discharge medications. 2, the contract increases county oversight with public health monitoring of health data reports, electronic individual health records, and treatment plans for high-risk medical and mental health needs. 3, it now determines county deductions in Wellpath funding for vacant positions over 30 days. And 4th, lastly, the Wellpath contract requirements now align more with the behavior wellness monitoring performance measures and Murray case compliance. This consistency is important. One concern we have, the ongoing lack of Wellpath compliance in 4 of 6 crisis performance measures is documented in the latest behavior wellness monitoring report. Required records for suicide prevention and for proper care and safety cells and restrictive cells were missing. The county needs to work together for contract accountability for fully protecting vulnerable residents, potentially needing life-saving care. So finally, we acknowledge again the successes of the revised Wellpath contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. And I think it's important also to thank the public for all the advocates that have kind of held our feet to the fire all the way to this point, and on all items that have to do with the jail and the way folks are treated inside there. So we appreciate your advocacy along the way. Okay, with that, I'll accept a motion.
I'll move staff recommendation, the contract, and direction to staff and county council to return with an analysis of the overpayment and options for procuring it
As part of the annual report.
as part of the annual report.
Okay. Is there a
Second.
Second.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
members of the board. So we would review the annual report for legal analysis, but we won't be preparing an analysis. So if we could just revise the motion, it said to direct Sheriff's Office and County Council to conduct the analysis. We wouldn't conduct it. We would review the report for legal analysis.
As modified by
what she said.
County
Yes.
Council.
Okay.
And Supervisor, just to be
Yes.
clear about how far back, because when you said analysis overpayment, I think we just said it for 2023, correct? I'm looking at Commander Sullivan.
Right. We started looking at April 1st of last year through March 31st of
Right.
24.
So that's what's going to come during the annual report. Okay. Then we'll make a decision there, what we want to do from there. Okay. Roll call, please.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, that is a motion by Supervisor Williams and a second by Supervisor Hartman. And we'll go to the roll call. Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
And Chair Lavanino?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. All right, so that's going to take us to closed session. County Council, can you please read closed session in, please?
Mr. Chair, members of the board is scheduled to meet in closed session on 3 items of existing litigation. Frontier California, Inc. versus the county, which is a Santa Barbara County Superior Court case. Jane Doe versus the county, which is a United States District Court, Central District of California case. American Medical Response West versus the county, another Santa Barbara County Superior Court case. And conference with labor negotiators. All bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives. And our agency designated representatives are CEO Mia Sato and Human Resources Director Christine Schmidt.
Okay, and time expectation?
Time estimate is about an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay, why don't we try to come back by 2? And is there any public comment on closed session?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I have not received any
Okay.
requests to speak on closed
great.
session.
We got a letter, but that's it. Okay, great. We're going to adjourn, what do you call it? Recess to closed session. We'll be back at 2.
All right, we're reconvening this meeting of the June 25th, 2024 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Will County Council please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 3 items of existing litigation: Frontier California versus the county, Jane Doe versus the county, and American Medical Response West versus the county, and 1 conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay, that takes us back to departmental item number 2. Madam Clerk, can you please read that into the record?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from Child Support Services in the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding KPMG's operational performance review of the Child Support Services Department.
Well, look who's here. Okay, so we have Nancy Anderson's going to
Good
kick it off.
afternoon.
All right, I only see you guys on Zoom, so this is good. All right.
Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino, members of the board. The next 3 items are KPMG operational and performance reviews. Let's get her here. There we go. Thank you. Today's presentation will cover the context and scope of these engagements. The review summarizes for Child Support Services, Clerk, Recorder, Assessor Elections, and the Auditor Controller's Office, and the Department Response and Implementation Plan for each. Just a little bit of background. You may recall that KPMG was initially engaged with the Renew 22 initiative to improve efficiency, effectiveness, and customer service of all county operations. This will be the 4th and final year that KPMG will be with us, as these are the final departments to be reviewed. The scope of the reviews were not intended to be a financial audit, but rather provide areas for opportunities of improvement based on leading practices. Departments are tasked with developing their responses and implementation plans. The first item to be heard is the Child Support Services Department with 75 FTE and budget of $11.2 million. The second item to be heard will be the Clerk, Recorder, Assessor Elections with 109 FTE and budget of $21.7 million. And the final item to be heard will be the Auditor Controller's Office with 51.6 FTE and a budget of $10.7 million. With that, we will move to the first department up, which is the Child Support Services. Department Director Meta Richardson is representing the department. I would like to also introduce from KPMG, Bill Zizik and Olivia Rabbit, who will be making the presentation.
Very good. Thank you, Assistant CEO Anderson. Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. As mentioned, my name is Bill Zizik, your KPMG engagement leader. With me today is Olivia Rabbit, project manager from our KPMG delivery team. It's our pleasure to be with you today. We're providing an overview of our recommendations for each of these 3 mentioned departments: Child Support Services, which you see here, Auditor, Controller, Clerk, Recorder, Assessor, Elections. Briefly, a refresh on our methodology. We begin with engaging staff in interviews and focus groups. We analyze available data on departmental operations, and we utilize benchmarks and leading practices to identify opportunities for improvement. We provide a midpoint update to department or office leadership and the CEO team on the emerging themes to help ensure alignment, and share working drafts of our preliminary reports to be validated and commented on by department leaders. So as with all our reviews, we will begin with commendations. So for Child Support Services, over the last several years, the department has transitioned towards virtual service delivery. And recognizing the benefits of flexible scheduling in terms of employee satisfaction and retention, the department's transitioned towards a structure where staff can work virtually in office or hybrid. In addition to employee satisfaction and retention, this has proven to be a key factor in attracting experienced staff. Additionally, the department developed an innovative Tableau dashboard to monitor employee activity and productivity. Managers and supervisors review the dashboard daily and follow up with staff members proactively to support enhanced performance management processes. And finally, the department is piloting a parenting court. The program is a restorative court designed to help obligors overcome the barriers preventing them from financially supporting their children. It is seen as a leading practice model that supports individuals in receiving services that they need to reduce barriers to payment. We identified 7 recommendations for the department from the 5 focus areas that you see on screen. There are 4 recommendations that we're going to highlight today for your board's consideration from our nearly 50-page report. Firstly, we recommend performing an analysis of child support orders that are behind and strengthening early intervention efforts. Secondly, we identified an opportunity for the department to enhance its marketing and outreach activities. And lastly, we recommend enhancing collaboration with the courts and human service agencies to support participants' diverse needs and exploring opportunities to increase data sharing capabilities with other county departments to support a more coordinated service delivery. I will now turn it to Olivia to give a high-level overview of our key recommendations.
Thank you, Bill. So our first recommendation focuses on strengthening early intervention by performing an analysis of child support orders with arrears. This will support the department in developing proactive, targeted intervention strategies to better manage caseloads, increasing the likelihood of payment. In implementing this recommendation, the department should update existing dashboards to track additional performance measures and detail on cases in arrears. A standard operating procedure should also be developed as a guideline to help CSOs manage and prioritize cases with arrears. Finally, in the future, the department may consider implementing predictive analytics to predict which cases may be at high risk of failing to pay support, supporting more proactive intervention and related supports. Secondly, the department should enhance marketing and outreach activities to effectively identify and support participants' populations in need of service. This will enable the identification of underserved community members and development of targeted engagement approaches to improve service utilization by these groups. It may also augment the department's ability to maintain a consistent caseload and associated funding, preventing potential budgetary fluctuations. In implementing this recommendation, the department should collaborate with the state and develop an outreach plan, which should include a review of online resources and digital presence. Separately, the department should develop a lived experience council to proactively obtain feedback and support an environment of continuous improvement. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our final recommendations for discussions today relate to A, increasing data sharing capabilities with other county departments, and B, enhancing collaboration with the courts and human services agencies to strengthen the whole person approach to service delivery. This will support the department and county in promoting a more coordinated care management system. Additionally, it may help the county address broader social needs such as housing, employment, and healthcare by increasing collaboration across various departments while focusing on addressing children's needs. In implementing this recommendation, the department should undertake an assessment of existing cases to identify participant needs, align needs to resources, and formalize the referral process between agencies to develop a more coordinated, whole-person approach to care. Separately, the department should explore and deploy leading practices for data sharing in other locations, as identified in KPMG's report. Next slide, and I will now turn it over to Bill for closing.
So So before I hand it back to the Assistant CEO, to summarize the key takeaways. So firstly, perform an analysis of child support orders that are behind, in arrears, and supporting deployment of targeted intervention strategies for those cases. Second, enhancing marketing and outreach, activities to effectively identify participant populations that are in need of additional service. And thirdly, to explore data sharing capabilities and enhance collaboration with other key agencies to support and strengthen the whole person approach to care. With that, Assistant CEO, back to you.
Okay, so this will begin the introduction and review by the department director, and she will present that now.
Good afternoon, Chair Lavigno and members of the board. I'd like to begin by thanking KPMG, including Olivia and Puneet, as well as those in our department who developed our response, including Tiffany Rocha, Justin Arnold, Maria Aguila, Jennifer Diaz, Lucy Reyes, and staff throughout our department who were interviewed by KPMG as part of the review process. KPMG's review process was in many ways consistent with what we've done in our department for many years, which is questioning current practices with the goal of improving service delivery. With that, I'll get right to our review response. We're in agreement with the areas identified by KPMG and have begun implementing the recommendations. In regards to strengthening early intervention for cases in arrears, the department, in correlation with the state, is currently developing Tableau dashboards with greater detail on cases in arrears so that case managers and the department can make timely and data-driven decisions regarding arrears caseloads, including implementing early intervention procedures. We anticipate to have this phase completed by September. Regarding arrears, recommended action items 2 through 4, it's critical that California counties have a consistent approach to arrears since some child support customers live in more than one county in their time with the child support program. To that end, the state, in collaboration with UC San Diego, is in the final stages of a collectability study which will result in a report in late '24, which will distinguish between arrears amounts that are collectible versus those that are uncollectible. The report will be a kickoff point for a statewide effort to address arrears balances in a cohesive, focused manner, and will provide the department a strong foundation in correlation with the state to adopt updated standard operating procedures, as well as the use of predictive analytics. In regards to enhancing our outreach and marketing activities, the department is assessing available data sets for use in upcoming outreach events in order to ensure that we reach those most in need of our services. The department is also exploring opportunities to participate in newly developed state-sponsored lived experience councils and is gleaning best practices to maximize the impact of its limited outreach and marketing budget, particularly in light of limited funding and a looming state budget deficit. And finally, regarding adopting opportunities to increase data sharing capabilities, the department is fully aligned with and embraces the county's whole person approach to care. In order to glean and implement best practices, the department is conferring with local child support agencies who successfully collaborate with their health and human services departments to provide whole person care while ensuring compliance with the program's strict confidentiality requirements. We've also contracted with an external vendor to develop staff training in techniques to help case managers identify and address barriers to payment, including referrals to other county departments and partner agencies. The department is also in its pilot phase of parenting court, as well as the initial phase of enhancing the warm handoff between probation and child support services for probationers with child support orders. Once these initiatives are further developed, they will be formalized as part of the department's practices and procedures. Thank you so much. That includes my comments today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Richardson.
Chair Lavanino, that concludes the presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Excellent. Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks for this report. I just wanted to ask Ms. Richardson, I know you've been with the department for a while, but new in this role. As you're receiving this information, what sort of hits home and makes you think, okay, yeah, they got it, or I'm ready to shift in this direction, or what connected for you that is helpful?
What connected for me, I think, I've mentioned this before, this is such a pivotal time in our program's history. The program's going to completely change, and that change is occurring, as we speak. So what I am just so excited, this is such an exciting time to be the director, because the state is telling us what we're seeing here. It's not in conflict. So the state isn't saying we want the program to stay the same, and KPMG and the CEO, saying we want you to change in correlation with the state's one county, one future, whole person of care approach. So the state is on board with that. And I think that's a really exciting time. Our state director is named Dave Kilgore, and he was the previous child support director in Los Angeles County. And so he brings a lot of fresh ideas, really a lot of understanding of our program with the goal of improving the program. So that's what hit home, is how we're not in conflict. We're all on the same page. It's gonna take a while for us to move the needle, but we will.
That's encouraging alignment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Is there any public comment?
Sir.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
To me, it's just exciting to see things like whole person care and warm handoffs even in this environment, because obviously not everybody is a successful and responsible father in your program, but some of them can get there, and that's important for the long-term prospects of those children. So I just think it's encouraging to keep on looking at other ways to do things, better. And if the chair's okay with it, then I'll make a motion, A, B, and C.
And I will second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I just want to say, Ms. Richardson, really appreciate the attitude. We've probably had a scale from different departments of where they are on that, of hearing. I know I hear all the time that, for me, the hardest thing to hear is, even if it's constructive criticism, it's just right off the bat, you just kind of want to get your defenses up. So it's great to hear somebody that's looking at this as a partnership, and getting your whole team involved and looking at ways. We all have ways that we can do something better. Even though your department has been an outstanding performer for many years, the world is changing. There's different ways to do things. So it's great to hear somebody come in and talk about how you're working hand in hand with KPMG. So thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's do a roll call.
Supervisor Nelson? Oh, Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman? And Chair Lavanino?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2 with Supervisor Hartman and...
I'm sorry, it's not 3-2. 3-0.
3-0, thank you.
Yeah, there
with
we go.
Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Nelson being absent. Thank you.
You barely passed. 3-2. 3-0-2. Is he still here? I don't know. Is Supervisor Nelson still in the building? No. So we need a quorum.
I'll have to come back.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break real quick, figure out how we're going to keep moving forward here. Okay. Yes. So go ahead.
Chair Levanino, members of the board, my apologies, but we will need to take a brief 15, 20-minute break in order to continue this meeting, so we have a quorum of the board.
Okay, one more time. We're going to reconvene this meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, can we please read in departmental item number 3?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Clerk Recorder Assessor Elections Department and the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding KPMG's operational performance review of the Santa Barbara County Clerk Recorder Assessor and Elections Office.
All right, Ms. Anderson?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, this item is the KPMG Operational and Performance Review of the elected Clerk, Recorder, Assessor, Elections Office. Joe Holland is available by Zoom to represent his department, along with Matt Nimblett and Melinda Green from his office as well. I will again turn it over to KPMG to make the presentation.
Thank you, Assistant CEO Anderson. And we have just about the cutest disruption that I think we could have had for that intermission. Hello.
I'm not sure if she belongs to the clerk's office or county council, but
let's not draw lines,
yes.
Okay? Once again, we will start with our commendations for the Clerk Recorder Assessor Elections Office. Firstly, the Clerk Recorder's Office has developed strong workload management capabilities with a suite of specialized tools. This includes the use of a dashboard, which provides daily insights into staff productivity. The Assessor's Office has implemented a metrics dashboard that tracks property sales and values over time and provides significant insight into historical market trends. These insights support data-driven decisions on future market conditions, workload, and resource allocations. Across our review, we had 8 recommendations aligned to the key focus areas that you see on the screen here. The 3 recommendations that we'll highlight for you today are from our over 50-page report. First, for Clerk Recorder, we commend and recommend continuing to pursue opportunities to transition towards digital vital records. For Assessor, we recommend enhancing staff productivity tracking processes. And for Elections, we've identified an opportunity to perform a fee analysis to identify optimal billing methodologies and reimbursement rates that align to the cost of election cycles. I'll now turn it over to Olivia for more detail on these recommendations.
Thank you, Bill. Our first recommendation is for the Clerk Recorder and focuses on continuing to pursue opportunities for transition towards digital vital record copies. The aim being to reduce reliance on paper confirmation and reduce time needed to confirm records. Commendably, the Clerk Recorder has already been engaged in evaluating various methods for the digitization of vital records. In the future, it is recommended that the Clerk Recorder continue to collaborate with other government agencies to formalize, update, and enrich a detailed needs assessment that outlines future system requirements. A strategic cost-benefit analysis and supporting business case for system adoption should also be developed. Finally, dedicated funding may also be required, along with engagement of key community stakeholders, and eventually the selection of a suitable system solution. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our next recommendation relates to the Assessor's Office and focuses on enhancing staff productivity tracking processes. The aim being to improve consistency in evaluating staff performance and support proactive identification of process inefficiencies. This will lead to more effective staff performance management. In implementing this recommendation, the Assessor's Office should conduct a time study and process assessment to evaluate current process efficiency, develop baseline KPIs, and implement bi-weekly meetings to evaluate performance. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our final recommendation relates to the Elections Office and focuses on performing a fee study to identify an optimal billing methodology, reimbursement rate, and supporting weighting factors that align to election cycle cost. A first step in implementing this recommendation, the Elections Office should determine whether this assessment should be undertaken in-house or by an external consultant. Subsequently, the Elections Office should define the goals of the study, gather data on current reimbursement rate and election cycle cost, undertake benchmarking, and develop a billing methodology that aligns to election cycle cost. I will now hand it back to Bill to close.
Before we hand it back to the Assistant CEO, just to summarize our key takeaways. First, it was for the Clerk Recorder's Office to continue to pursue digital vital records. Second was the Assessor's Office in enhancing the staff productivity tracking processes we mentioned. And the third was for elections to analyze its fees and identify an optimal billing methodology that better aligned to cost. With that, Assistant CEO Anderson, I'll hand it back to you.
Thanks, Bill. So I'd like to introduce Joe Holland, who is available by Zoom. I believe he's going to introduce his staff.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Lavagnino, members of the board. First, I would like to commend KPMG. We have a pretty diverse department. It's really 3 departments, and all 8 or 9 recommendations that they came up with, we agree with. And some of them, like the digitization of documents, we just can't really do it yet. But some of the other ones we're continually working on, and they got it right. All 9 recommendations were good, and we're going to continue to work with them. And so we do have Melinda Green from the Clerk Recorder, and then Matt Niblett from the Assessor, and he also helps out with elections, as well as does Melinda Green. And I'll turn it over to them.
All right, thanks, Joe. Again, my name is Matt, good afternoon, Chairman Lavagnino and members of the board. Thank you for your time. This is my first rodeo, so please pardon that. Yes, that's it. So I'm the division manager with the Clerk Recorder Assessor Elections Office, and I'll be highlighting some key KPMG recommendations in our response to them. Can you advance this next slide? This first item is related to assessor staff productivity, specifically the process of tracking staff and improving the consistency of evaluation of performance and identification of inefficiencies. Implementation in this area is currently underway and ongoing. We're tracking business processes and taxpayer interaction at the operational level. In addition, our managers and supervisors are in constant contact with staff and highly involved in their work effort year over year. We will consider improved technical productivity tracking and appraisal pending actual feasibility and resources. We anticipate a 1 to 2 year implementation period as time and budget resources allow. Next slide, please. The second item is related to the assessor and is an expanding dashboard analytical capacity and enhancement of data sharing mechanisms, as KPMG already alluded to. Where implementation and use of analytic dashboards has been undergoing, and we look to continue to expand these capabilities. We currently leverage Microsoft's Power BI Smartsheet in our enterprise ArcGIS implementation. We're continually innovating and improving in this area and view this as a continual process without a specific timeline. Next slide, please. This third item relates to the department, and in particular, though it's suggested for elections, we believe that it should be department-wide, and a suggestion to perform a fee study to review the optimal billing methodology, reimbursement rate or rates, and factors relating to election cycle cost. The department is looking into performing or outsourcing a comprehensive fee study department-wide, which would include elections. Management is discussing whether the fee study should be outsourced or conducted internally and what the goals of the study will be. And we anticipate an implementation time between 1 to 3 years for these items.
Chair Lavagnino, that concludes the prepared comments, so we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this report and for diving in on some issues that I found interesting, mostly the need to have part-time staff. I was hoping you might speak to that recommendation. I represent 2 colleges, and there's a lot of interest, as well as government workers. So can you speak to sort of qualifications, personality, what you're kind of what you would be looking for ways we might be supportive of that recommendation.
Joe,
So
did
if
you?
you'd like, yeah, I can jump in on
That'd be
this.
great. Thank you, Mr. Holland.
So the part-time, no problem, Supervisor Capps through the board, through the chair. Well, the part-time staff, we utilize part-time staff across the department, and particularly in the summertime when college students have time off, and we'll have them come in and do tasks in assessor and clerk recorder that help get us by on different projects. Like we recently had them come in and scan a bunch of property records so that we had them digitized. Over the years, I've been extremely pleased with the part-time staff that we've gotten in. In many cases, they've gone on to be full-time employees. And the one caveat, it's not a caveat, but one of the things that I'm insist on is that when we bring in part-time staff, they are paid. So we pay them, and it's really a good opportunity for these individuals to come in, get something on their resume, and hopefully they'll stick with us if they're good, but if they choose to move on, that's okay. But we've gone out to colleges, we've gone out to City College, we recruit on their websites, and it's one of the happier things that we do.
I like that, happier. So, okay, well, I'll offer, and we'll follow up with your team to see how we might be able to partner and get the word out.
I just wanted to add another quick comment to Joe. Sorry that I know everything that you stated, but we've also been working with UCSB's geography department in particular for our mapping capabilities and divisions, and we've been doing some ongoing outreach with them and trying to get some interns and other folks for our mapping division.
Okay. I believe, we're also going to, okay. Hey, Melinda.
One more comment.
Yes.
We are working with the City College, Santa Barbara City College, and they have funded 2 interns that are helping us with our restricted covenant program. This is the program where we're redacting the racist records in our deeds in our past, and they're working with the Historic Trust, and we have this collaboration where we're learning about these records, we're redacting them, they're going to put together a digital exhibit. It's a wonderful partnership, and they're feeding us great candidates.
All right, great. I think we have some public comment on this matter.
Yes, Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have 6 requests to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to begin here in Santa Barbara with Leanne Woolever, to be followed by Michael English. Leanne?
We'll go the full 3 minutes. Okay.
I'm the chair of New California State, Santa Barbara County. Going back to the Cal Matters article, Shasta County, it was the first county to go 2 paper ballots. And after a 2-year interaction with the Board of Supervisors, New California State was pivotal in making that change or having influence in that change. So we encompass, like I've told you before, 52 counties of California. New California is actively talking to each Board of Supervisors about elections in their counties. 5 counties at this time are making headway. They're looking at going back to paper ballots. So New California is we the people. That's who we are. We are a movement of we the people. We are Constitution. We follow the U.S. Constitution is what we follow. If we didn't have our U.S. Constitution, we wouldn't have a New California State, because that's our foundation. So this is to let you know that it is not just Shasta, even though they are the farthest ahead of all of us in this county. We have sent several certified mail letters to Mr. Holland and Mr. Daly with no reply. And I think since they're elected officials, they should somewhat be accountable to we the people also. Another thing I wanted to mention is the reason why the Register of Voters stepped down in Shasta County. There was many reasons why. But one of the reasons was her forensic analyst presented to Shasta County Supervisors March 28th, 2023. She told some things that were not true, stating that to do a manual tally vote in the county, it would cost $1.6 million, when it actually would only cost $206,000, $280 for a hand tally count. And she also said it would take 1,300 staff to do it, and that it isn't true. They actually just used 64 workers to do this recount. It's only 8% of course, Shasta County. But they figured out that 2 sets of 4 staff workers, which would equal 8 workers, times 8-day recount period, which was 64 workers, times 8 hours per worker day, which is 512 hours. And that would be in minutes, 30,720 minutes divided by 5,538 ballot cards.
Thank you, Leanne. That is your time.
All right, thank you. And I did give the information to Bob Nelson, so he does have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Michael English, to be followed by Rosalie Hardwine. Michael?
All right, thank you, Board of Supervisors, for that review of the performance audit at the Elections Office. There are a few subjects that the Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project has analyzed from what the Elections Office has made public and what they have not revealed, which might be useful in addition to this audit report. On the topic of things not revealed, the Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project is concerned about the no records responsive to this request answers we received from Michael Daly at the Elections Office in response to some basic questions asked about the last election. Specifically, we asked about the number of mail-in ballots received that were authorized by a witness signature. We asked about the number of mail-in ballots received that were authorized by a witness signature whose signature did not pass signature verification. We asked for a list of updates done to the devices in the election system after the logic and accuracy tests were performed. We also asked for a list of reasons why it's not feasible to monitor each ballot drop box by video, though it is required if feasible per the California Code of Regulations, Title II, Division 7, Chapter 3, Article 1, Section 20135E. All of those things we were told no records are responsive to this request. This information is important for the public to have to ensure that our voice is being accurately represented in the certified results. Even if they do not normally collect such information, an honest and open official would offer ways to make that information available in the next election. It is very disturbing to simply be given a cop-out answer that no records exist for these items. Efficient fee reimbursement may be a good way to recover costs, but the cost of the current Santa Barbara County election system is too high. It costs the county $19.50 for each printed mail-in ballot. The county mails ballots to every registered voter. Since 2020, the average number of active registered voters has been 234,751. The average number of tallied mail-in ballots in the same period has been 124,388. Some returned mail-in ballots get rejected, generally because of signature mismatch. That information is not posted on the website, but by public record request, we received listings of contested ballots for the 2024 primary election. That listing included 1,022 mail-in ballots that were removed from the tally. Using those 2024 primary contest ballot count as an average, we calculated that on average, 109,304 mail-in ballots go unused per election. That effectively means that Santa Barbara County wastes an average of $2.1 million on each election printing mail-in ballots that are not used. Shasta County recently reanalyzed the cost of running elections with hand counting system and found that it was $1.85 per ballot. Using the per ballot estimate, if every registered
Mr.
voter...
English, that's your time. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
We will now go to Rosalie Hardwine, to be followed by Peggy Wilson. Rosalie?
I'm just continuing the testimony by Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project. Using that as a per ballot estimate, if every registered voter voted on election day, then Santa Barbara County could run the entirety of a hand-counted election for $434,289, which is $4.7 million less than it cost Santa Barbara County just to print mail-in ballots. Though these numbers are small compared to the nearly $1 billion overall budget, those funds would be better used elsewhere in the county. As mentioned earlier, HAVV notifies California that 3,000 voter registrations per week are ineligible to vote. The county must follow federal law when it receives any kind of federal funding. The county is responsible for the removals but has not done so, violating federal law. The county will eventually be held liable for this infraction and is at risk of having to pay back federal funds it has already received. The public will be quite upset when this happens. Please ensure that the voter registration database is being audited as well as the finances. The public funds are spent on electronic tallying machines Santa Barbara County uses, so they should be required to be audited periodically. Currently, Dominion Voting Systems only allows a single designated official to access the tally machine, and only Dominion staff are allowed to inspect it. There are pending court cases in other states that claim Dominion scanners and tally machines have wireless communications, which would be illegal per California Election Code 19205. This should be easily discernible with a wireless communications detector, but the public is forbidden to use these devices near the elections office. Why is that? California Voting System Standards Section 2.1.2 requires that electronic tallying devices not introduce any errors into the election. This election, there were 2 tally machine errors found and corrected during the 1% manual tally. So these tally machines fail to meet the state standards.
We will now go to Peggy Wilson to be followed by Michelle Westlander-Quaid. Peggy?
Continuing with Santa Barbara Voter Integrity Project testimony. This election, there were 2 tally machines. I'm just going to read that sentence again. Machine errors found and corrected during the 1% manual tally. So these tally machines failed to meet the state standards. Furthermore, those 2 errors appearing in 1% of the total ballot set indicates that the rate of error also exceeds the allowable error rate of 1 error per 10 million ballot positions specified by the human error rate versus system error rate section of NIST voting system standards. These errors show that the machines that made them is defective and therefore must not be used for elections per California Voting System Standards Section 2.1.2. This board signed the contract with Dominion Voting Systems, and it can terminate it with 30 days' notice. And as per this, why isn't Santa Barbara County following state and federal election standards?
We will now go to Michelle Westlander-Quaid to be followed by Amy Blair, who is our final speaker on this item. Michelle?
Thank you. Continuing the Santa Barbara VIP testimony, in the lobby there is a poster stating that the county uses data to drive decision making. And to the chairman's remarks at the conclusion of the general comments, the election data shows that there is a conspiracy to commit fraud. This is not a theory. As a reminder, the term conspiracy theory was coined by the CIA after the assassination of President John F. Kennedy to discredit anyone who dared to challenge the official narrative. So we are concerned citizens who question the official narrative that Santa Barbara County elections are secure because the data shows that they are not. So in conclusion, Santa Barbara County has a regular practice of auditing its departments, and it's good that it's auditing the elections office. However, elections are unique in many ways, requiring much more transparency with the public to instill confidence in the results. When the machines used for elections do not meet state and federal election standards, why are they used? The machines are less transparent, more vulnerable to fraud, and vastly more expensive than doing elections by hand, as we have done for generations. We, the people of Santa Barbara County, ask you to take action per your fiduciary responsibility and terminate the contract with Dominion Voting Systems now. Thank you.
And we will now go to Amy Blair, who is our final speaker on this item. Amy?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Levanino and members of the board. I'm here again, curious as to who has performed this audit. Are they reliable? What are their credentials? Do they have any conflicts of interest? Are they taking a holistic approach where they observe the entirety of the election process? And are their findings of facts and data being diligently, critically considered by you? Or are you going to show zero decorum, simply dismissing all their data instantly because you can find a propaganda piece that pigeonholes election reformation efforts as conspiracy theory? I mean, after seeing the prevalence of election mishaps all over the United States at this point, are you really not concerned at all? Or are you just trying to absolve your fiduciary responsibilities, neglecting your oath of office? Gosh, I sure do hope you choose the path of genuine integrity with this audit and not that of biased beliefs resulting from unconscious cognitive dissonance. Thank you so much for listening. And oh yeah, thank you graciously for not using casual discriminative language moving forward, honoring the 2010 Equality Act. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm not even gonna, well, I have to, because now I guess you guys took that as an attack. So if that's where we're going, it's very interesting to me how when you come up to public comment and basically you're telling us to disregard state law and we don't need to listen to what Sacramento tells us, but at the same time, then you're telling us you're in violation of federal law. I don't know which laws you guys, where you're at, it's very confusing. Seems like you're all over the place. You're singularly focused on elections, though. And the reason why you might be, when you see me, that I'm maybe not the most receptive to what you're saying is because I have spent my entire life inside of elections. That's what elected officials, we know the system and how it works. This is what I'm good at. I know the San Diego Padres, Earth, Wind, and Fire from the 70s and elections. That's what I'm good at. Those are the things I spend my time on. So when people come in and talk about things that I know you've spent a lot of time on it, but just simple things that you're bringing up that are easily refutable, but when you've talked to somebody that refutes it, you don't want to hear it, that's when I think it's a conspiracy theory. That's when I don't think that you're open to hearing. It's like you've identified this issue. I'm just curious, does anybody think, why did Dominion have to pay Fox almost $800 million when they said the same things that you guys are saying? Is because it's not true. And it doesn't matter how many times they bring the elections department in here to talk to you or how many audits you do, it's never going to be good enough. And so I think it's just a thing we're going to have to agree to disagree. I feel bad because I know what you said about conspiracy theories, but this is one that's dragging down a lot of people. The idea that you brought up as your shining example was the Gavin Newsom recall. I mean, the man won by
3.1 million votes. 3.1 million votes. I would have picked one that was maybe a little bit closer, a local election that might have had some issues. 3.1 million votes. I know this state does not line up with what your political beliefs are, but I've grown to understand that there are a lot more people in this state that disagree with me than do agree with me politically. And I know, and I don't know if it's in your paperwork, but I've seen it before too, where the meme that's gone around forever to talk about election fraud in California is the old one where it shows John Cox running against Gavin Newsom, and it shows John Cox with like 80,000 votes, and Newsom has about 40 or 50,000, and CNN has a checkbox next to Gavin, and everybody's like, well, there proves it. He had twice as many votes. There's no way he could have won that election. Well, first off, Newsom ended up with about 4 million votes that day, not 40,000, so it was super early. And obviously they had counted somewhere in the Central Valley, the first precinct in Bakersfield probably. And so we all knew that Gavin Newsom was going to win that election. I think it's surprising to me that you also think when you look at these elections, you're like, well, this person can predict with 98% accuracy who was going to win these different, or how the turnout was going to be. Elections are math. You can figure these things out. That's what elections are. They're math problems. You look at how many people are voting, how to interact with those people. The idea that this is some giant conspiracy to put people in power is just so, it's distasteful to me, because there's people that actually get elected that try really hard to do the right thing and follow all the rules and then get elected, and then we have people that come and say the whole system's a fraud and some machine in the back is making all this happen. If that was the case, I sure as heck didn't know about it. I know you didn't know about it. I don't know how we're going to get to the point where we're going to see eye to eye, because I don't think whatever evidence you guys are bringing to me, I obviously am rejecting it. I haven't seen one thing yet that made me say, oh, that's interesting. It's all the stuff I've seen regurgitated online that I've seen a million times that I know is wrong. So our elections department has been open for anybody that wanted to go in there and look through it in the last election cycle and sit there with people as they're counting ballots. It's a free and open system. And the one thing that can bring this country down, and maybe that's what everybody's looking for, but the one thing that can bring this country down is following somebody that says, when I lose, I didn't lose. And that's the difference between local government and what you guys are all talking about, is because here, when you lose, you get up and you shake the next person's hand and you walk off and you say, hey, good luck. I hope you can do better. That's the way it works. And so, am I fired up a little bit about it? Yeah, I am, because it really bothers me that democracy, you're actually challenging democracy in this country and what this is all about. So I, for one, I'm tired of it. I mean, personally, there's an elected official in charge of elections. If you guys are so good at elections, go have a candidate and run against him, Win an election. That's how you can make change. But coming here and talking to us as the Board of Supervisors isn't going to get it done. You're going to get more and more frustrated. You're going to get us more and more frustrated. It's not working. It's not working. So go to the elections department, have it out with them. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I remember I said, hey, I could probably, at the time, I wanted to bring the elections department here and have a presentation. And I was told, no, that's not what we want. We want to make our own presentation. And that's why I offered, well, go ahead and just make a serial presentation. It's not working. So you can continue to come, and you're welcome at public comment. Everybody gets their time. But I want to tell you, I don't think it's productive. I honestly think it's not helping your cause. I really don't think so. And so, sorry I had to get that off my chest, but I just think we're spinning our wheels here. And if you really deep down believe that the system is rigged, you got to work with the elections department and work with the people that are actually doing the elections. Talk about that first off, that Shasta's the farthest ahead. They're the furthest behind. That's the problem. They're not the farthest ahead. They're in a race to the bottom. And if that's the way you want to see your local government work, where people are yelling at each other and you have to bring in sheriff's deputies to stand all around and protect the public from each other, and somebody walking in with a noose and saying, if you don't listen to what I say, we're going to take you outside, that's true. And you run off all your staff, your CEO and all your staff. I'm sure houses are cheaper in Shasta than they are here for a reason. Nobody wants, I sure as heck don't want to live in a society like that. All right, sorry.
Mr. Chair?
And one last thing, I'm sorry. One last thing, I break this. Talking about that it's a waste of money to print ballots and send ballots out to everybody, that is America, we're asking people to vote. Trying to get people to get involved in democracy is not a waste of money. It's not saving money by not giving somebody a ballot. We're asking you to have your voice heard. So to me, that's money well spent to hear what somebody has to say. Anyways. No, you don't get, it's not a give and take. It's not a give and take, sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And as the public knows, the procedure is they get their piece and then we get our piece. And I just want to say, it is tempting, especially in a divided country, to, when you lose an election, I can say this from experience that my dream has always been to make a difference for people as an elected official. And when you lose that, it's very tempting to think, well, there must be some other reason, right? When the simplest explanation is the one that's probably most likely to be true, which is that your supporters, I still believe that they're probably the majority, but they were not the majority that voted. And they did not come out in force, right? And that is a simpler explanation. And in life, a lot of times the simpler explanation is the one that ends up being true. That it's a simpler explanation than widespread voter fraud as the reason for losing an election. And I think it's relevant in that I would call it like there's just a pandemic of sore loserism in elections in recent decades. In fact, it's been over a decade since any of my opponents ever called to congratulate me in an election, right? Like that used to be a thing. We used to congratulate each other in election and concede elections. That is not a normal, that hardly ever happens anymore. And I think it's indicative of a loss of of how we handle the process of democracy. And I think the process of democracy is really, really important in that the party that loses an election is just as important in maintaining trust in democracy as the party that wins it. And just as important in maintaining enough of a consensus on how we live to move forward and survive as a society. And, so I think that we should be gracious in victory and gracious in defeat. And usually the best way to do so is to look at how you could win the next election instead of always looking backward at the last.
I don't know how we got so far off of, so in the elections department, we're talking about your fees. Let's get back to that. No, just kidding.
Look, how about we move staff recommendation?
Let's do that. Let's move staff recommendation. So,
And I'll second that.
all right, and she's seconding, so we have to, no more roll call because Bob is no longer there, correct? So let's just do all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the clerk recorder's assessor is just skating under the under the radar when elections is around. That's pretty good. All right, so we are now moving to departmental item number 4. Madam Clerk, can you please read that in?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Auditor Controller's Office and the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding KPMG's operational performance review of the Santa Barbara County Auditor Controller's Office.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, this final item is the KPMG operational and performance review of the elected Auditor Controller's Office. Betsy Schaefer is available to represent her department, and I will now turn it over to KPMG to make the presentation.
Thank you, Assistant CEO Anderson. So first, we'll start with our commendations for the Auditor Controller's Office. Firstly, over the past several months, the office has continued to serve as one of the lead offices for the management of the countywide ERP project. The office is dedicated to supporting this implementation. For example, an estimated 10,000 hours annually were allocated to the project in recent years from the Auditor Controller's Office alone. Additionally, the office operates a training and development program that is focused on recruiting new graduates and providing job training, skills, and professional development to support various licensure pathways. Since commencement, more than 75 staff have participated in the program, and many of these staff continue to work with the office, and many others have taken financial leadership roles with other departments across the county. And lastly, the office distributes over $1 billion annually in taxes to the county, 8 cities, 24 schools, 49 special districts, and 5 redevelopment successor agencies. Throughout this allocation and distribution process, the Auditor Controller is working to enhance information sharing with the Treasurer Tax Collector as part of this critical process. Across our review, we identified 8 recommendations aligned to the focus areas you see on screen. There are 4 key recommendations that we will highlight today for your board's consideration from our 45-page report. Firstly, we recommend enhancing performance measurement and productivity management processes across the office. Secondly, we recommend strengthening risk assessment methodologies for internal auditing, planning, and procedures, and reevaluating the internal audit plan and assessing future resourcing needs in light of it. And lastly, we've identified an opportunity to enhance property tax budget and revenue forecasting based on available data in collaboration with the clerk, assessor, recorder, and CEO's offices. I will now turn it over to Olivia for an overview of our key recommendations.
Thank you, Bill. Our first recommendation relates to enhancing performance measurement and productivity management processes to improve data-driven workload, resource allocation, and task assignment decision-making. In implementing this recommendation, the office should begin by evaluating staff activity data. Subsequently, baseline KPIs should be developed, and supervisors should hold bi-weekly meetings to discuss performance and resource allocation. Next slide, please. Our next recommendation relates to the Internal Audit Division, and it is twofold. Firstly, the office should strengthen its risk assessment methodology to support identification of the key risks associated with business processes across departments, as well as the related materiality to support more effective audit planning. Secondly, the office should review its internal audit plan to realign team resourcing with planned internal audit activities to achieve planned goals timely. To strengthen risk assessment methodology, the office should enhance its current risk assessment framework to transition to a more data-driven approach, as suggested on the graphic in this slide. The office should also enhance collaboration with key county departments to prioritize activities for inclusion in the audit plan and implement computer-assisted audit techniques supported by artificial intelligence. Finally, the benefits of an internal audit committee should be evaluated to provide additional oversight and support to internal and external auditors. In reviewing the internal audit plan, the office should focus on identifying a realistic allocation of resources and adjusting timelines to effectively address key risks. The office may also consider outsourcing or co-sourcing where staff constraints exist. Next slide, please. Our final recommendation for the Auditor Controller's Office relates to increasing collaboration with the Assessor's Office to enhance property tax revenue and budget forecasting. Toward this aim, the office should collaborate with the Assessor's Office to develop data points for inclusion within a shared dashboard, as illustrated on the screen. In developing a shared dashboard, the Auditor, Controller, and Assessor's Office may develop a coordinated plan that identifies roles, responsibilities, and timeline for updating the dashboard, as well as any necessary data sharing agreements. Next slide, please, and I will hand it back to Bill to close.
So to summarize the key takeaways for the Auditor Controller's Office were first to enhance performance and productivity management processes to help with resource allocation and task assignment efforts. The second was around strengthening risk assessment methodology to increase the effectiveness of auditing procedures and reevaluate the internal audit plan and assessing its future resourcing needs. And lastly, enhancing the property tax budget and revenue forecasting process based on available data in conjunction with the County Assessor's Office and the CEO's Office. As this is the last time we may be speaking today, we wanted to share our sincere thanks to the leaders and leadership of the Auditor Controller's Office, Clerk Recorder Assessor's Office, and Child Support Services, as well as the CEO and her team for their high degree of engagement, thoughtfulness throughout these reviews. And as this is the final departmental review across KPMG's 5-year timeline, we applaud the board once again and the CEO for undertaking this multi-year effort to examine county operations under the Renew initiative and to identify improvements and efficiencies, identify innovative ideas that are going to help improve service to the residents and constituents of Santa Barbara County. Through the leadership of your board, the CEO, and department leaders, we are confident that the county will see lasting value from this strategic exercise. And it's been our privilege to support you all on this journey of fulfilling your One County, One Future vision, and to have played a role in elevating the county's performance. Assistant CEO Anderson, back to you.
Thanks, Bill. I'd like to introduce Betsy Schaefer, the Auditor Controller, who has the department response.
Just wanted to play with it, just see. Good afternoon. I do want to thank Bill, KPMG, Olivia, and Alexander, and Banjo. He's not here. I think before I just want to get started, I just want to say we should just breathe. Breathe a little bit. It's the last review. It's the last item of the day, and really, it's been a long day. So
always is.
Yeah. So if we have just a couple things. I'm available for questions. I can go through some of the items. The first thing is just fill a lot of vacancies. We had like 25% vacancies. I think over the last 3 months, we've hired like 20 people. Really just did a really big push to do that. We had a lot of help from the CEO's office. I mentioned that at budget workshops. We have one of our new hires here, Shauna, so appreciate her. Yes, she's been through a couple other departments, but really appreciate that she's here. And yeah, so I feel like we're there. We have 2 vacancies right now, and we we'll work on doing those too. But we've got the big push there, so I really appreciate acknowledging that we did have a resource issue and that and the help that we got to fill those positions. All right, next item, just the 2 internal audit items. I can talk about, if I talk about 2.2 first, which is basically doing the internal audit plan that came to the board today on our admin item. We do that every year. We haven't always had the opportunity to complete all those items every year, but we do put one together every year. One of the items on that is a risk assessment, a countywide risk assessment, which is that 2.1 there. So we do plan on doing a countywide risk assessment where we do get input from all the departments. We did do a really comprehensive one, I believe it was in 2019 or 2018. And we've actually been using that one to help guide a lot of our audit plan. So, but the big thing there is we, as of yesterday, we have 5 people in internal audit, and which is up from, like 1.5. So, this next item is the property tax. Just trying to get more accurate with our property tax estimates. I will say, just given the numbers, I thought we did pretty good. All things considered, if you're looking at over 100 million and we're coming in at like last year, 29,000 or something like that. So I thought that was pretty good, but there's always room for improvement. I will say that the dashboard that was being presented, I definitely agree in the dashboard idea. The items, though, are mostly the assessor tasks, so we'll work with them to try and come up with sort of a combination of assessor and auditor tasks. I don't know if you remember that slide. I don't know what slide that was, but it was a couple slides back. So, and that's really all I have. If there's any other questions, happy to.
Supervisor Williams?
I definitely think that the dashboard is something that could improve our fiscal forecasting and, also maybe the public's trust in that kind of revenue projections that we have are accurate. So I'm pleased that you're willing to support it.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge the staffing. That's significant that you've hired 20 plus people recently, and that'll have a big impact.
I am estimating 20 people. I think that's pretty close.
We're going to audit that.
I'm okay.
Where you're at. So how did you, or where are they coming from? How are you doing that? Everybody's having trouble with that.
So we hire a lot from UCSB, new graduates, new accounting graduates. We kind of try to promote from within. So over the summers, we will hire interns, and then they end up staying with us after working with us for a couple years and then we call them the pre-new auditor training and development program. So that has been very helpful. And we have a good department. I think people want to work with us. We get a lot of good word of mouth. I don't know, do you guys have other, how we've been able to recruit?
Everybody wants to come work for you.
I don't know that exactly, but we love the team. I really feel like we have a great team. And they've come from all over. We hired someone from Hawaii recently, and they're relocating to Santa Barbara. And we have a lot of local people that we've hired that have been in town, and they're just trying to change their employer. So it's worked out.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you. I just want to give a shout out to KPMG and to our CEO. This was when Renew 22 was first unveiled. I was trying to figure out how we were going to get to this position, and this is basically what it is. Renew 22 is going back and self-measuring, self-analyzing yourself, having somebody analyze you,
and then figuring out ways to improve and then implementing those. And that's kind of where the next stage is, right? Is like, we got to implement all these things and then go back and review and make sure which ones are working, which ones aren't working, continuous improvement. And so Bill and your team, Olivia, you and your team, the team's been great. I think the tone probably from you is what helped facilitate a lot of this, because it could have been ugly. So I know there were some departments that were more receptive than others. That's fine too. So I think this is a testament to our CEO and implementing a vision that she had a long time ago. So this is the way we get better. Mona?
Supervisors, thank you so much. Thank you to the board for allowing us to proceed in the way we did and invest in this. And I always remember, you can always, the person really that we need to give thanks to is Barney Malekian, because when we first started the Renew 22, this was his idea. He said we should have a third-party objective consultant firm come in and look at all our departments in a consistent way. So it really was Barney's idea that started this. Thank you so much to Bill and people who are not even with you. We're just talking about Kiva, how she's been doing, and Lauren, and as well as Olivia and Alex back there. And I'm sorry if I missed anyone else on your team. Thank you for all your work, your advice to us. And thank you to our departments. They hung in there, didn't always agree with the recommendations. Data collection was very difficult for some. And particularly, I want to thank our elected department heads. I think it's fitting that we end with Betsy, because in her responses, she said, we are the KPMG of the county. So thank you for that. And most of all, thank you to my staff. And just on that note, Supervisor and Chair Lavanino, we're meeting with KPMG tomorrow in a half-day workshop with my office so that they can help us ensure we are tracking the implementation and making sure we're on top of that. And then on Friday, we're going to have a similar session with our department heads as well. So this work is not a one and done on the shelf. This is a living document that we're going to continue to work with and work on. So thank you to your board for your trust in us, and thank you to KPMG and all our departments.
Awesome. So can I get a motion?
Sure. I move to approve staff recommendation.
Was there any public comment on this item?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
All right.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. And with that, we are adjourned to Tuesday, July 9th in Santa Barbara.